Let's find out if that is running correctly here. But we should be rolling. How's it going? It's birdie time. Welcome to the live stream. We're just going to hang out, have a good time, chat. Let's make sure things are running right. Looks like it's not quite updated yet. But we have some chat. We got Luke. Luke, is the stream running? I'm guessing that it is. Just isn't on my end yet. What's up? We got Ellis. We got Ramsey. Hey, Jonah. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you guys. I don't know why I'm not seeing it working yet, but apparently it's working. So that's good. All right, so Ellis. Ooh, we got an update. Update from your horrendous year so far. Still haven't played disc golf. That's rough, man. It's been over a month. That's tough. Almost 2 months at this point. Goodness. Was going to go on Saturday, but got sick on Thursday. That is brutal. That is brutal. Hoping the runes can be cast in my favor. Yeah, hopefully very, very soon, get better, let the weather get a little bit warmer, and when you do go out, you're going to hit an ace, and you're going to have a fantastic round. It's going to be best round of your life. All right. Yeah, Ramsey says, dang, that's tough. That is tough. Well, welcome to the chat, everyone. I'm trying to make sure everything is running correctly. We had a couple of little issues last week where I kind of lost Wi-Fi briefly. But let me see. Let me double check this is working. And it's facing the wrong way. Okay. Are we good now? Instead of, I don't know why YouTube does that. I have it facing the right way and I click go live and then it flips it around. It's very, very rude. All right. I'm not getting chat rolling yet. I don't know what is going on. But I'll just go ahead and give you guys a short little update. I was out on the course today, played Nevin Park, which is where the Pro Tour Series Championship was played. And it was a pretty decent round. I went 5 down, but I didn't play the same layout as the Pro Tour. I played a different alternative layout with a lot of short pads played as well. So certainly not at that level of the professional players. But for me, it went really well with a 5 down. I had, I think, 3 bogeys. So I actually got quite a few birdies out there and just played well, played smooth, was putting really well. And it was just a nice afternoon. It was nice and warm. It was just good. It was good to get out. All right. I am not sure why this is just not updating. Because I really would like to fully monitor and make sure everything's running smoothly. And it is not quite popping up yet. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Hey, I've got it. We got, okay, yep, we got the door again, but we fixed it. And I have chat, and I am going to hear myself. So let me just drop that. All right, guys. Thank you for joining the chat. Thank you for being patient with me facing the wrong way. I don't know if you guys saw my clean laundry or not. It is clean laundry. That's next to the door. But we have it facing the wrong way. Yep, camera's backwards. Great start. And Robert likes the live stream. Thank you. Despite my flaws, thank you for liking the stream. I appreciate it. Okay. I don't know why I wasn't updating, unfortunately, at first, but we're good. We are good, and everything is good. Awesome. I want to give a quick shout out to a couple of people in the chat who are now moderators. So thank you for being here as my mods. Really appreciate it. And just so you know, you can just immediately delete stuff that you think is gross and really horrible. But if something is just kind of like insulting me a little bit, I don't mind if it goes on there, as long as it's not like vile. So thank you so much for helping out in the chat. I really appreciate it. I can't monitor the chat and respond to everything like live and be really quick about it. So I really appreciate the help. Really appreciate it. So yeah, shout out to everyone that I made mod. And thank you for helping me. I really, really am grateful. Well, I think I told you a little bit about my time at Nevin and had a good, fun round, which is really nice. Matt, what's up, buddy? I didn't see your comment earlier. Thank you for joining the chat, and Papa John as well. Yo, Justin, what's up? Yep, I'm behind. I'm behind. All right, all right. Naveed, hi. Thank you for joining us. Antoine hopes that I get 1,000,000 subscribers. Antoine, that would be absolutely insane. So thank you for the well wishes. 1,000,000, I doubt it, but that'd be nice. That'd be really nice. All right, Car Wash says hi. Thank you for joining us, Car Wash. Really, really like that you're here in the chat. Ooh, Brandon Green, did you get a chance to try the range yet? I have not been able to try the range yet. And in fact, I also have the tempo that I have not thrown once. Yeah, so I'm really slacking, but I do have an excuse. I was working pretty hard all week on the putting video that I released, and it took a lot of my time. So I'll just let you guys know a little bit more of the circumstances of the putting video. As I'm not perfectly level, but this is probably fine. But so I worked all week on the putting video. Well, not all week, but a lot of last week on the putting video, and it just kept taking longer and longer and longer and longer, which is fine. It was worthwhile to put my time into, but I finished it Saturday morning at 1:30 a.m. And I said, finally, I'm completely done. I like my thumbnail. I'm good with the whole edit. And I went to export it, and it took 4 hours to export. And I said, I'm going to stay up, and when this is done exporting, I will publish it right away so that I can go out Saturday morning. So at 5:45 a.m., I finally finished writing out everything for the YouTube post, to post the video, and went to sleep. So you guys might have seen the video at 8:30 a.m. or sometime during the day Saturday. I was probably asleep for about half that time, and I was pretty wiped out after that. Yeah, but that is my excuse for not throwing the range and the tempo, because I pretty much hit the course and I was just threw a few tee shots, but I was mostly just putting and talking to the camera and getting all of that done. So thanks, Brandon, for the question. Unfortunately, no range, no tempo, not yet. Vizian says, why do you look like you make music? It's there. It's definitely there. Yep. Asher Tatman, Cosmic Kitty sees all. That stamp is pretty cool. I do like the Cosmic Kitty stamp. Brother Cameron says, believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and you will be saved. Romans 10, 9, and 10. I appreciate that, Brother Cameron. I was at church this morning. We weren't going through Romans, but we had a really nice, enjoyable like Sunday school class, which was really fun. Habibu, everyone who got million started with 0. Well, I started with 0. So I guess I have that in common with people who have 1,000,000 subs. Car wash, have to put on my headphones real quick. Oh, forgot they were tangled. Man, you still living in 2008. That's rough. I hope you get better soon. Brandon, those partial 2. What, Brandon, what is that partial 2 about? Am I missing something there? Jim K, nice frisbee collection behind you. Thank you. Technically speaking, the frisbee is different than discs in disc golf. Obviously, they're very similar. Their purpose is similar. But the Whammo frisbee was designed earlier and was thrown and used at first in frisbee golf or disc golf competitions. But the discs that you see here were intentionally designed to improve upon the Whammo frisbee and get discs to actually fly further and faster than the frisbee was capable of flying. So the discs have different flight numbers, and the speed goes up to like a 14 speed, and with like up to a 7 glide. Those numbers would be lower on an ultimate frisbee. The ultimate disc is probably more like a 4 speed or something like that. So these are designed to be better than frisbees as far as distance is concerned and control. But I also played a ton of ultimate frisbee. I have an ultimate disc as well right here, and it is funny to like compare how different the ultimate disc is compared to just a typical disc golf disc. It is pretty crazy, night and day. But yeah, this will go further. Brandon, oh, back up. Ramsey says, "Yo, had some tech issues." Me too. I was facing the door for the first 5 minutes of the chat, so you're not the only one. Brandon, those particle proxy looks sweet. Can't wait for those. The glow is supposed to be a lot better. Yeah, the glow is pretty good. I was impressed with it. I only lit it up with a UV flashlight really quick and turned the lights out, and there was still some light in the room, and it was glowing pretty well. So yeah, I'd like to see it in the like total dark. I think it would glow pretty well. Yeah. Alice, 4 hours is crazy. Yeah, I honestly don't know what the issue was. I think I'll just say like I use CapCut for my editing, and I think that my computer doesn't run it super well. It took like 87% of my computer's memory to run CapCut. I don't think that's good. Uh, and when it was exporting, it was just so slow, and the fan was running really loud. So I don't know what it was. I had all the other apps closed on the computer. Maybe CapCut needs an update, or I don't know. Maybe I'm just gonna have to know that it's gonna take 4 hours to export stuff. It was a longer video than normal, and I did have more extra edits to it. So I had slow-mo video, I had video kind of layered on top of the main track with text, and a lot of like keyframes where I was zooming in and moving stuff around. So I don't know if it just took longer because of that. Jesse Smith, can you bless us with a quick 360? No. John Doe, my dog loves the ring discs. Those ring discs are actually also like awesome. They fly so well. It's crazy. And they're fun to play catch with because they're so lightweight and you can like catch it by sticking your hand through it. So those ring discs are great. And I've seen dogs play with them and catch them. I had my grandparents had a dog, and we'd kind of throw the ring out, and she'd run it down, pick it up, and it would like flip up like around her eyes. So she would come running back with this like ring on her face around her eyes. So cute. Those ring discs are great and a great dog toy. Bradley Sharp says, "Dad." I don't know. That would be a no on the dad category. Don't know where the idea comes from, but we are both named Bradley, I guess. Welcome to the chat. Oh, Brandon Green didn't mean to send that first part. All right, that makes sense. I was a little bit lost on that one. Rich says, "Are you Mormon?" I'm not Mormon. I would say, as far as denomination, I would say non-denominational, but I'm very familiar with kind of the Baptist denomination. Grew up Baptist, but certainly Protestant Christian. Went to college for youth ministry and biblical studies. So a couple of years ago, this shelf behind me would be lined with commentaries. And now those commentaries are across the room, and I have discs back here. So just kind of shifted over in my focus. Bradley says, "Free golf." I don't know if golf has been captured and needs to be set free, or if frisbee golf, disc golf is free, because in a lot of your local parks, disc golf is free. So if you're not already playing disc golf and you're somewhat interested in it, highly recommended as a sport to try out. Usually you can get a starter pack of discs for $20, $25. You get 3 discs, and you can play at your local course for free, almost definitely. So it's essentially one of the cheapest sports to try out. I mean, a soccer ball is going to be $20, $25, and then you need to find a bunch of people to play with. So you can get the full disc golf experience alone with 3 discs. Just buy a starter set. Ali says, or Ali, I'm not sure, says, "You look like that one guy from that one movie." Yeah, that one. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, I'm going to pronounce your name completely wrong. Arnaud. Totally wrong, but hi from France. So welcome to the chat from France. That's awesome. Oh, gosh. Pickles says, "Hi, sir. Do you think someday we could meet and make hamburger helper together?" Um, sure, but we have to meet at a disc golf course. Brent says, "Volume is off for now, but thought I would stop in and say hello." That's good. He doesn't know all the crap we've been talking about behind his back. Brent, welcome. Well, there's no need to welcome him. He can't hear it. Brent's here. Now you guys all know. Alice, rendering is a very consuming process for a computer. Yes, yes, it is. That's true. I'm sure with your graphics card that's coming in, it hasn't arrived yet. I did see that. Forgot to mention that. I hope it comes soon, but that's a bummer that you just have to wait for it. I'm sure that you would be able to handle it better. Yeah, my computer, which is new to me, not the best. Unfortunate. Ramsey, oh no, lost my Thor in a tree and it fell when I wasn't at the park. Had my number on it and no one called it. I don't understand why people don't call numbers on discs. Yeah, that's a real bummer. I've had several discs where I have gotten the call back or a text. I've had a few where I didn't get anybody to call me back, and that always sucks. I had one. Here's my craziest return story. So my first ace was with this katana, and it was not that far of a hole. I should not have been throwing katanas, but at the time, I didn't know any better. So I aced with this katana, and then a while later, lost it. I don't even remember where or when. One of my local courses, I lost it. 6 months later, I play a tournament with this guy. Never met him before. I played really well. I think I was MA3 at the time. So this is like a couple of months of MA3 before I moved up to MA2. So I won the tournament. It was like a C tier. Not that many people in the field. And we were out chatting on the course. And at some point I mentioned discs that I lost. And I was like, oh, I lost my ace disc, my katana. And it's just a bummer because, it's my first ace. I'd like to keep it on the shelf. But I lost it at my local course, a yellow katana. And he's like, oh, interesting. After the round, he said, hey, do you want to play like a fun non-tournament round at sometime? 2 weeks later, we play for fun. Once again, we get to the hole that I had aced. And I said, yeah, this is the hole that I aced with my yellow katana. He goes, yellow katana? I think I found one. It's in the back of his car with my name and number on it. But he had my disc for months in the back of his car, and I happened to play around with him. I happened to bring it up and tell him about it. He happened to remember that it was in his car. So I got my disc back. But some people, I think they just don't really, it doesn't cross their mind to like make sure that I try to return this to somebody. Maybe they just have a ton of discs, or they're not too familiar with the sport. There are certain people who will take your disc and resell it or use it for themselves. This guy like found it and tossed it in his trunk and just forgot. So there's a different method to people not calling you back. But yeah, sorry that you didn't get your Thor back. That's a bummer. I did find somebody's disc in Michigan at what's it called, at the toboggan course, and I called him, and he was in Texas. He had just gotten out of college class in Texas. Said that he lost it like years ago, and that I could keep it. That one is this Evolution. What is this? This Vapor Enigma, and so this one I got to keep because the guy was 1,200 miles away and didn't want his disc back. All right. John Doe, he brings 2 back at once. Sometimes that's funny. That's great. That's great. That dog working hard. Hello. Your says, hello, brother. Where are you from? I'm from United States. I grew up in Michigan, lived a few years in Florida, and now I am in North Carolina near Charlotte. So Charlotte, North Carolina, disc golf, it all works well together. N Days says, this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. Bridget O'Rourke, hi, I'm new. Welcome, Bridget. We're glad that you're here in the chat. Thanks for introducing yourself and joining us. We're just hanging out, having a good time, mostly talking about disc golf, but anything is pretty much up for grabs for topics of conversation. End day. So you moved away from God to focus on frisbees. No, actually, it's a kind of a long story as to exactly what happened. But basically, I was a youth pastor for about 3 years in Michigan. And then after death in the family, my family moved down to Florida for a couple of years. And then now, with my recent move to Charlotte, I haven't been back to the career of youth ministry while I've been kind of bouncing around. But right now, I am involved in my local church and am hoping to do some leading of different apologetics sessions soon. And I'm really loving it. So didn't move away from God. Just career wise, at the moment, my focus is YouTube. Awesome. Oh, sweet. A shout out to Luke with the first donation. Thank you so much, Luke. We have finally gotten monetized on the channel, so super chats are possible now, hadn't been in the past. And Luke says, thanks for the opportunity to play together and help me get better. And shout out to Luke. I watched his first ace happen right in front of my eyes with a buzz. It was a sweet throw. And Luke has been getting better really, really quickly. And it's been really cool to see. So, Luke, thank you so much for being part of this YouTube journey with me. And thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate you and all that you've done for me. So thank you. All right. Pickles says, sir, I have subscribed. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Brady, I just joined. I wanted to ask, how many discs do you have? Ooh. Oh, so I counted 250 at one point a few months ago. I've gotten a lot more since then. I have not counted since then. I would guess 320, probably 320. Yeah. Yeah. But I am not buying stacks and stacks of discs. So I have been given the vast majority of these discs were given to me, or they were players pack or vouchers that I got for tournaments. So what I spend my money on in disc golf primarily is tournament fees. And then when I win in amateur divisions or in MPO and I turn down cash, sometimes I get merchandise credit. So for Chain Reactions specifically, Nolan is really good locally in Charlotte about giving merch credit as payout for like all divisions. And so I won one tournament for in one of his, and then I've placed in the top 5 a couple of times since then. And I bought a couple of shirts from him, bought a couple of discs, and I found the giveaway disc and this diamond, which I'm giving away. And I was like, ooh, I think I can probably buy these. And I asked him, how much credit do I have? And he was like, $120. So I was like, okay. So they weren't free, but since I put my money into the tournaments, I'm just getting discs back. So that's really nice. That's kind of the spot that I'm at right now. The good part about that is I have too many discs, so I'm making a disc giveaway stack. So some of these are going to be giveaway discs that I'm going to give back to you guys, especially for like getting monetized, getting 5,000 subscribers, which we're headed toward. Thank you all for subscribing. It's kind of getting us on that way. I'll run another giveaway, probably give away 5 discs for 5,000 subscribers. But I'm not shelling out, hundreds of dollars a month to keep this going. It's a lot less than that, and I'm kind of just getting discs as I go. Good question. Thomas Pointer, hi, I remember you, Birdie. Thomas, I recognize your name, and I'm trying to place you. Did you leave some comments recently on the channel? Because I do recognize your username, but I'm not remembering the exact circumstance at the moment. Gosh. Alice, I don't even know what to say to that. Maybe that works for you. Sorry, my scroll is not working. There we go. Ed J says, yo, good afternoon. How is life? Good afternoon to you as well, Ed. I'm not sure where in the world that you are because it's almost 7 p.m. here. So more evening, I would say, than afternoon. I would call it evening for me. But yeah, things are going well. Life is good. The YouTube channel recently, thanks to you guys, hit my first of 2 levels of monetization. I'm now able to accept super chats, which I'm really excited about. I'm not here kind of like begging you guys to, start giving me a bunch of money, but anything that you guys decide to give me goes back into disc golf. So I'll be attempting to, accrue some momentum to be able to play in U.S. amateurs and amateur worlds this year. 2 big tournaments, and one in Michigan and one in Missouri. The amateur worlds is in Missouri, and I expect that to be a more costly trip for me. So anything that you guys do feel like giving to me is going to be kind of just going into fund my trip to Worlds. So in advance to anyone, thank you. Really appreciate it. But yeah, things are going good. Things are going well. I'm not even sure how to pronounce that, but I'm just going to call you Ur. Glad to meet you as well. Thank you for jumping in. Really appreciate you being here. And thanks for the questions. Brandon lost a 6-claw Macbeth Undertaker on a local course in Charlotte. Had my name and number. About 3 months later, I get a text that my disc was found at Dillon Park in South Carolina. That has happened to a couple friends of mine as well. Not Charlotte to South Carolina, but yeah, clearly somebody was like, "Ooh, six claw, time to throw this," and then they lost your disc, and somebody actually decided to call you. I had a buddy who lost a disc in Jacksonville, Florida, about an hour and 45 minutes from where I lived near Gainesville. Lost it there, went back to Gainesville, and somebody in Gainesville found it and texted him and was like, "Hey, I found your disc." And my buddy's like, "Oh, do you want me to meet you sometime in Jacksonville?" And the guy's like, "Well, I'm in Gainesville." So my buddy was like, "Oh, well, my disc found my way back to me. Really convenient." Allie, love from Woking, England. Nice. Welcome from England. We got a couple people from England here, or at least I should say a few people from the UK. I know of one other from England. But yeah, thank you for joining. Really appreciate you being here. EJ, Southern Utah. So is it 2 hours off or 1 hour in Utah? It's got to be at least 2 hours, right? It's got to be 2 hours. Yeah. Utah's pretty far west. It's not 3 hours, is it? Pretty sure it's not 3. Yeah, I'm super familiar with the United States. Yeah. Ellis, haven't done it myself. Scott Stokely did an experiment where he had control of a normal. Oh, so he tested. Okay. So apparently Scott Stokely did a test where you put normal guys' names and then like names that sound like stripper names on discs. And apparently the guys' names did not get the callbacks. Shocker. All right. What did I miss? Ramsey said, count all your discs on stream. If you guys wanted to be that bored, I guess I could do that. Probably not what we all want to see. But I can do a really, really, really brief one. So here we go. So this is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 40, 50, 60. 160-ish. That was really scientific. And then I have 2 stacks of discs over here. That's at least 25, 30. And then I've got 20 in my bag. I have a stack over there. Yeah, maybe it's actually about 250 still. 250 might be a good estimate. SCG says you need to come to Texas so we can make videos for our channels. I would like to go to Texas and play disc golf. Lots of great disc golf in Texas. Travel plans for the year are pretty much stay around Charlotte until summer, hit Michigan for U.S. amateurs, hit Missouri for amateur worlds in August, and then I'm at least going to play in the Chain Hawk Open in Gainesville, Florida in December. So those are kind of the big three disc golf trips that I'm planning to make. It's possible that I'll do 1 or 2, other trips than that. But we'll see how that goes. We'll see what state my wallet is in at that point in the year. Yeah, we'll see. Texas, I would love to, man. I would love to. Asher, I'm from England, to Allie. Shout out to Asher and Allie hanging out in England and on the stream. That's awesome. Thank you for joining us. Brandon, up north here, 90% of the time you'll get a disc back if it's lost and found, but I noticed down south it's not as likely to get them back. I think too it depends on local club practices. In Gainesville, we had one local club for 2 local courses, and if you lost your disc on those courses, it was probably dropped off in the drop box, and you were going to get it back from the club. But a lot of times when you go to a course that doesn't have a local club or a drop box at that course, then a lot of times people don't necessarily care to call or text you back themselves. But if you can drop it off, if someone can just give it to the local club, and then they don't mind doing that. But calling themselves, maybe they don't want to do that. Charlotte's pretty good for the most part. People are pretty attentive, and there are tons and tons of disc golfers and several different clubs in Charlotte. So there's a lot of kind of intent behind make sure people get their discs back. We also have another round, which is a local disc golf hub, the store, and they do a lot of like disc returns. So it's definitely potentially it's up north, potentially it's your local clubs do a really good job of helping facilitate lost and found. It just depends. But Ed J, it's 2 hours. Okay, 2 hours. Lost a disc in Colorado and someone called me back from Oregon. It's crazy how discs grow legs. Yeah. Brandon says, Ellis, you're an animal. Ali, is it okay? Is it Ali or Ali? Give me a 1 for Ali and a 2 for Ali and 3 for I'm just totally saying it wrong. How is the weather in America? In England, it is cold. So America depends on where you are in the state. Michigan right now, and I'll check with Luke, I'm guessing snow on the ground. Florida, like 75. Today, it was about 55. This is Fahrenheit, I should say. 55 degrees Fahrenheit. So nice and sunny, but a little cool today in Charlotte, North Carolina. So Michigan is pretty far north. Charlotte's kind of in the middle section of the United States, and then Florida is pretty far south. Nice and warm in Florida. Pretty good in Charlotte right now. And cold in Michigan because Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, just cold all the time. A 2. All right, which one was 2? I'm just kidding. So Allie, good. I got it. I'm gonna try to remember that. Papa John, I've gotten discs given to me after I texted the owner that I found it. So you found someone's disc and texted them and they had one of your discs? Or you texted someone and wait, what? I'm confused. I've gotten discs given to me after I texted the owner and found it. Okay, so are you saying you gave an owner back their disc and they just gave you a disc in return for free? I've had that happen once for me. What did he give me? I had a guy give me a Zeus. Nope, not a Zeus. This is MVP. I had a guy give me a Zenith. Not a Zeus, Zenith. Because I found 2 of his discs on the same course that he lost that round, and I played like a half hour behind him, so he was still on the course. So I hiked across the course twice to give him his disc back. And then on a different, that was in a Greenway, I'll call it Greenway. Then at a different course in Florida, Sawmill, I found another one of his discs. So I found 3 discs for that guy. He gave me a disc in return. It was nice of him. He didn't have to do that. Ella, whatever, says hi. Hi. Welcome to the chat. Brent, you excited for Bradford this weekend? I am excited. I need to get one more practice round in. Hopefully the mud has turned into dirt. I would like that very much because I could not really trust my footing while I was out there. But yeah, my practice when the conditions weren't great went pretty well, and I think that the way that I played at Nevin today, which I played as close as we can tell to the Queen City Gambit layout at Nevin, I played 5 down, and took 3 single bogeys there too. So I had a lot of birdies. So I'm feeling pretty good about Bradford going into it. Also, just went 9 down at Scrapyard Shorts with a double bogey on 13 because that hole sucks. SZG, it was 55 degrees in Texas with a light wind. That's a pretty nice day. That's a pretty nice day. Yeah. Oh, Luke says, yep, warm front right now, 40 degrees. So Luke is basically like, so I'll convert this to Celsius because I totally know what I'm doing. So 32 is 0. So it's like 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Warm. Brian and Teresa, snow in Jackson, Michigan. Yep. That's cool. No, thank you. Allie, I subscribed. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate you subscribing and hanging out with us in the live stream. And we're glad that you've joined us today. Some of us are new, and some of us have been chatting for a few weeks now, hanging out. Ooh, Brendan White. I'm from Charlotte originally and living in High Point right now. It's crazy how we had snow last week and I'm wearing shorts today. Same. Although I didn't wear shorts today, I could have. But we went out playing disc golf today. It was nice and warm. I took my sweatshirt off halfway through the round. And last week, I took a 20-some second video of snow falling on my disc golf practice basket, or my brother's practice basket in the backyard. So pretty quick turnaround. Yeah. Papa John, yes, they were happy I was returning it, so they gave it to me. Sorry, watching your stream at work. Ooh, don't get in trouble. I hope your job is low intensity, because if you're a surgeon and you're watching the stream while you're working, that's probably not a good thing. I'll try not to make any sudden moves. Edjay, did you get a chance to look up Thunderbird Gardens? No, and I forgot all about it, so I'm going to write that down. And you would think that I would type it out, but we're low tech here because I'm monitoring the stream with my laptop, but I got a pen and paper here. So Thunderbird Gardens. So I'm going to get that down here. Good shout out. I will look that up. Brent, how well have you scored at Bradford? Oh, good question. I can't remember what my score was. I think I got to 4 down, but it was just muddy. Footing was kind of crappy, and I think I had a couple bogeys. I don't know. You'll have to go to Bradford and look at leaderboards from, was it last week? Look at this month and tell me what I shot. Yeah, I'm gonna make Brent do the work for me. Ala, what animal do you like? I would say probably, as far as the common pets, cats are my favorite. I love cats. I had a really cute orange tabby named Gandalf, and he was the most friendly, cuddly cat. He would just sleep on my lap for hours at a time. But we got him when he was really old, and he had bone cancer within it, like 2 years of getting him. So he died, but we found another orange tabby, a girl, and named her Galadriel. And she's got the softest fur you could ever imagine. So as far as pets are concerned, I love cats. As far as animals in general, there are plenty of cool animals. I'm a fan of the Philippine eagle, which is like a 3-foot tall bird in the Philippines that can carry off small goats. So you have to actually watch your children outside. Yeah, super weird, but kind of a cool animal. And yeah, that's my shout out for weird animal of the week. Now, good question. What animals do you like, or what animal is your favorite? C-Mills, what do you think about the big fight between, I don't know who Kevin Turner is. So right now, I have no idea. I don't know if I'm wasting my time with this or not. This better not be a waste of my time. We're looking this up. I know we're silent on the stream for the moment. I'm looking something up because I don't know who Kevin Turner is. It's probably a waste of my time. Looks like there are not many great matches for your search. All right, wasted my time. What I think about it is I hope that Kevin wins. I don't know. I know nothing. Kingsley, ooh, love this question. What is your favorite disc? So at the moment, my favorite disc is the Brave. So I don't have my bag here. I normally just reach down and pull it out. I have one though, because it's my favorite disc. So of course. So the only problem is this one's not signed by two-time world champion Isaac Robinson. But right now, the Brave is my favorite disc, and I just absolutely love it. It's a 7.6, -1.2, and part of why I like the Brave is because a lot of people kind of bag destroyers and like faster, overstable discs that they maybe shouldn't as amateurs. But if you're going to throw any type of a fairway driver, the Brave is like one of the best, in my opinion, because it's a 7-speed 6 glide. So with the gentle understability, I think that the Brave is one of the best drivers to control. And it's not like too fast of a speed for the arm of a lot of amateurs. So this is like my number one when someone's like, what fairway driver do you recommend? It's like number one, Brave. Yeah. So right now, favorite disc, and in the Charlotte Woods, it's been my number one like driver off the tee. In Florida, I was throwing an Enigma quite a bit for good distance and good stability and fade at the very end. And I still bag 2 Enigmas, but in Charlotte, I'm just not pulling them out of the bag all that often because often I need to hit and either stay dead straight or drift to the right. And I'm not throwing full power max distance shots. I'm throwing gap hitting shots, and the Brave is great for that. So right now, it's the Brave. Great question. Brent says, "Fine, I'll check for you." Good. Brendan, I'm just now getting into tournaments. Still haven't played any. What's some good ones like 2 to 3 months out in the Charlotte area? I come back most every weekend. So the Queen City Gambit is not 2 months out. It's like 2 weeks out or three weeks out. It's in March, so that's probably too soon. I think that one's B tier, 2 round, one at Nevin, one at Eastway. What are we pushing out? 3 months. Ooh, so 4 months out. 4 months out is the Charlotte Amateur Championship, big one. I mean, you've probably heard of it, or maybe not, but if you've heard of a Charlotte tournament, it's probably the one that you've heard of. Charlotte Amateur Championship is going to have like 400 or 500 amateur players, and each pool is going to play a different set of courses. So it's really awesome. They go all out for it. Players pack will be pretty good. 3 rated rounds at 3 of Charlotte's courses, where if you play well, your round rating will be really good. So that one's the big shout out. In between that, I would say anything chain reactions. There's probably going to be a point series that Nolan's going to start, and there's pretty much like every other week, Nolan's running a chain reactions tournament. I think he runs his tournaments really well. They're great for amateurs, and if you place in the top whatever percent, if it's 30 or 45, you'll get merchandise payout for amateur divisions. So it's a great chance to get yourself a couple of discs or some shirts or kind of whatever your disc golf need is. He has his bus there with a ton of discs in it, and he's pretty great. So yeah, shout out to the chain reactions. Uh, fair disclosure, I am on the chain reactions catalyst team, so repping the brand a little bit. But I really also think that he does great events. So shout out for chain reactions tournaments. They're really good and they're pretty low pressure. You get to pick your time, your tee time, instead of a shotgun start where everyone fills the course up. You get to just kind of show up before your tee time, get a little bit warmed up, and you'll meet probably a couple other amateur players, maybe some MPO players will be out there. And yeah, it's a great time. Jonah with the donation, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. With the super chat, really, really thank you. Um, really, I'm just grateful for anything, everything from you guys, all the support, and really, really appreciate it. Thanks. Right. Bryant says, shout out to you, to me, for being the first to support him and buy one of his stamped discs. You the man. Bryant, I am looking forward to getting that disc so I can show it on stream. So hurry it up. But no, Bryant came up with a cool stamp, and I'm looking forward to getting my hands on one of those. And I can't remember, it was going to be an FX2, and it's something else now. What I ended up picking, an F5? Probably not. I can't remember. But whatever it was, I'm looking forward to throwing it. And bagging it, hopefully. If it throws well. Jonah, can you remind me of what you putt with? Yes, I putt with the Warden. So I putt with the Warden Prime. And shame on me, I don't have one right here. But I do have a Warden. Actually, I do have a Warden Prime. Good for me. So this is one of my original 3 Warden Primes that I got. And so, yeah, I like the Prime plastic. It beats in kind of fast. I mean, you can see it's taken a beating for sure. Poor thing's been through a lot. Hit a few trees. Yep, poor guy. I putted with it for a while and threw with it as well. So that's kind of on me for throwing a base plastic disc. You're going to hit trees with it and it's going to immediately warp. But yeah, I like the Warden. I like the rim. I'm a push putter, so I kind of get my finger not fully under, but kind of partially under the rim. And I like how it leaves the hand, just pops out. Yeah, so Warden Primes, cheap and effective. Mustafa says something that I can't read. Papa John, controls tech, got to make sure the customers' lab mice stay nice and cool. Wow. So you monitor experiments or manage the lab in between experiments? That's really awesome. That sounds fun. That sounds like a fun job. Ed J, what manufacturer is your bag primarily made of? So that is a great question. And so the answer is not really any manufacturer. So I have, and I just forgot, Discmania. I have 2 Discmania Enigmas. I have an Innova Shrike. I have a Discraft Soul. I have a Streamline Echo. I have Dynamic Disc Wardens. I have a Latitude 64 Keystone Brave. I have an MVP Pixel. I have a Discraft Zone as well as the Soul. I have a Mint Discs Taco. And what else? I have a Discmania FD1 and a Prodigy X4. So I have, I guess, primarily Discmania because I have 3. So I kind of really bag what I throw and what I like. And as far as plastic is concerned, I love the Latitude 64 Royal Grand Plastic, but I don't love it so much that I would stop throwing the Enigma and stop throwing the Echo and stop throwing the FD1 and switch over to an equivalent in the plastic. So kind of that's where I am. I'm loving a couple of manufacturers, maybe just a little bit more, but I'm still going to bag my cap wrap because it's great. It works for what I need it to. So, yeah, great question. Kind of an odd answer. I have no loyalty to any manufacturer really, but there are a few plastics that I really like. Jawbreaker Z-Flex plastic is really good, and like I said, the Royal Grand plastic and the Cosmic Neutron Streamline plastic. Some of my favorites. Yeah. Jonah, for sure, brother. Glory be to Christ. Keep it up. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And yeah, man, all the support has been so wonderful. I have a lot of gratitude and appreciation for all of you guys. And even just jumping on the live stream is really helpful for me. Really, really helpful. Bryant, FX3, and it'll be 2 to 3 weeks. Okay, that's not bad. 2 to 3 weeks is fine. I've waited a lot longer for a lot less cool things to arrive. FX3. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't thrown the FX2 or the FX3, but I remember looking it up and I remember picking it and wanting it and liking it. So yeah, hopefully it'll be really, really great. Luke, I found a store that I can get my putters for $12 instead of 20, and they get here in a few days. Hey, that's really great. I'm glad because putters, unless you're getting premium plastic putters, like you shouldn't be breaking the bank for them. 12, 13 bucks, that's about right. That's good for like that base plastic. And if they've got links for that price, that's not bad either because sometimes the Discmania stuff can take longer to ship. So it's nice that they have it locally already and can send it right to you. And 12 bucks is, I think, perfect. If you're paying less than $10 for a disc, it better be used already or a factory reject. Yeah. Otherwise, it's going to be a piece of crap. But 12 bucks for putter, that's about right. Brandon White, subscribe, man. Glad to see some local disc golfer content. Would be cool to catch a round sometime. Yeah, dude. Especially if you happen to get up for a Chain Reactions tournament, it's possible that we can get in. I can't make any promises because I tend to card up with my brother and a buddy. So normally we kind of grab 3 for our time slot. Sometimes Nolan jumps in as number 4. But yeah, around the weekends, you let me know when you're in town and we'll try to get around it at some point. I'm more free during the weeks, which I know you said that you come up on the weekends. But we should be able to make it happen at some point. That'd be really fun. And Brendan, what is your favorite Charlotte course? I'm curious. Devin says hi. Welcome, Devin. Thanks for joining us. SZG says finally caught up. Thanks for catching up, or am I finally caught up? It's probably me because I'm usually back on chat so far. Brent says the baby says you better beat me on Saturday. And shout out Brent and his wife for their newborn. Really cool. Glad everyone is healthy. And yeah, I'm gonna take you down to Bradford. No problem. 100% C1 today at Nevin. Yep. Oh, how old are you? I am 29 years old. Do I look 29? I'm guessing with the beard, you'd probably say yes. When I shave the beard and I go clean shaven, I look about 23. Yeah, but I am 29. Ed J, I wish I could find a source for some white nomads in the electron firm plastic. Yeah, that's tough if that's really specific. MVP stuff. I mean, I wish you were Florida because the Fox Flyers do a lot of MVP stuff, and so they'd probably be able to put in an order and keep those stocked for you. If you do have local tournaments that are run by clubs or guys who have where they can buy wholesale, sometimes those guys will stock discs for you. So Nolan with Chain Reactions, I could text him and say, hey, can you like grab an extra big germ tempo? Or Brent has even said, hey, can you get a couple Bergs for me? And so he'll order them in, and then Brent can use merchandise credit for it to get those. Or I don't know, maybe Nolan loves them and just gives them the discs for free. I don't know. But you can maybe work with somebody local who has that ability to kind of get them on wholesale and then sell them to you at a fair price, hopefully. So yeah, maybe that will help. I'm not sure. Otherwise, Infinite Discs. Hope that they have it in stock. Floyd, what area are you located in? So I am near Charlotte, North Carolina right now. So lots of disc golf near here. It's a perfect place for, I mean, so it's great for playing disc golf and getting better. It's great for tournaments, and it's good for filming, but at the same time, it's a little bit hard because some of the best courses, you don't see the basket from the tee. So a lot of if you notice my birdies of the day, I rarely do like par 4s, and I rarely do birdies where you can't see the basket from the tee pad, because I think when you're watching that, you just kind of see the disc disappear and you're like, oh, I hope it's close. And then you cut to me putting and you don't know what direction it's from. So I like to keep my birdies of the day where you can see the basket from the tee pad. So Charlotte is good for filming, but a lot of the best holes that are tough to hit and a really rewarding line when you get the birdie don't look good on camera. It's just kind of the way it is. I don't have a camera for the tee pad and a catch cam. just can't kind of make that happen. But I love Charlotte, and I'm glad to be working on my gap hitting here. Hip hip. Oh, just a pup for 29. Don't know what that means. Oh, my age. Duh. Just a pup. Yeah, I'm not old. I feel older than I am. Actually, today at Nevin, I was running up kind of like on a slope to my lie to throw, and I like slipped on the leaves and kind of like tweaked my back a little bit, and I had to use my brother's muscle relaxing spray on my back. Brent knows about that. He's pretty old. Just to kind of like relax a little bit because I tightened up. So yeah, I'm just a pup at 29, but I feel 40, 45 maybe. Stephen, howdy. Hey, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Brent, well, I have to see it in person before I believe it. Well, you'll see it in person. So Saturday, taking you down. Todd's Disc Golf. Hola, senors and senoritas. Happy Sunday. Thanks for joining us, Todd. Really appreciate you. Todd was hanging out last week till the late hours on the third stream, which, if you weren't here last week, dropped Wi-Fi twice in the middle of the stream, had to start the stream 2 more times, and a couple of you guys really, really stuck with it. And I really appreciate you guys being there, Luke and Devin and Flying Potato, a couple of you guys. And appreciate it. Thanks for coming by, Todd. Which layout on Bradford did you play? I played whatever we're playing Saturday. So it must have been longs. I played 1 and 2 from the long. So I think it was all long pads unless there was an exception. So yeah, would have been long pads. Papa John, did you move up there for disc golfing? Not specifically, but Charlotte was a big factor for me personally of wanting to be here for disc. And so, it wasn't like the only reason that I kind of picked Charlotte, but it's got to be like the biggest silver lining, I guess, or whatever you say to side effect. Yeah, like the best side effect of the circumstance is Charlotte disc golf for sure. Excuse me. Good night. Where's my water? Okay. Where are we? We're just under an hour in. I already need water. This doesn't bode well for me. But yeah, disc golf Charlotte, fantastic. Okay. Brendan, when I was living there and playing a lot, me and my dad used to play Cigar Creek and Reedy Creek the most. My favorite is now Scrapyard. I love a water carry. So I am a couple minutes from Scrapyard, like 10 minutes or less. So I play Scrapyard every week, basically, sometimes several times a week. And I just went 9 down from shorts yesterday. No, Friday. That's what it was. Great course. Also played Reedy, and I like Reedy quite a bit. I haven't had like a great round at Reedy yet. I only played a practice round in a tournament, and as Brent can tell you, tournament did not go well. Brent's tournament went really well. He played like Brent, what was it, a 10:35 rated round. He destroyed everybody. It's gross. But yeah, good courses. I have not played Cigar yet. Floyd, nice. Didn't realize that. I'm out in Fayetteville. Okay. No wonder the shorts look familiar. Yeah. Yep. So I'm a little unfamiliar with the Charlotte area since I moved just over a month ago. So I have heard Fayetteville mentioned several times. I don't know what cardinal direction it is or how close to Charlotte it is, but I know that it's around here somewhere because I've heard people talk about it. Brent, oh no, you were getting old. That is so awful. Wow, I really get the sense that you mean that and are concerned for me. Thanks, Brent. Thank you for being so caring and concerned for my physical and emotional well-being. Thanks. Really appreciate that. Will Palm, what's up? What's up, Will? Will has been killing it in Florida. Will, I was had a buddy try to get me to go. Oh shoot, now I forgot I forgot what course it is. I think it's at Tom Brown. No, I don't know. I don't remember. He tried to get me to join him for a tournament in a couple months here in North Florida, and I saw that you were signed up for it, and so I was like tempted to like try to go head to head. It's the AM weekend of shoot, what is it called? I don't know. You probably know. You're probably signed up for like 6 A tiers coming up. Will is just killing everybody down in Florida. Poor guys in MA1. Anyway, wherever it is, I saw that you were signed up, and it tempted me to try to like take you on one more time, but it's too much travel. Yeah, had to pay for a house and everything. Yep. Steven, do they change the holes at Nevin severely for the Pro Tours Championship? So yes, I won't be able to remember all of them, but like 18 is the same. But hole one, I've never played it because they set it up for the Pro Tour Championship. Hole two for them is like hole 10 or something like that for the kind of normal layout. And the normal layout to hole one is like halfway through their round or something. I know I don't have the numbers correct, but I would say they probably add like six to eight unique and separate holes for the Pro Tour Championship that aren't part of the normal layout, and then share about 12 of the holes, 10 or 12 of the holes. I would say that's somewhat close. Maybe Brent can correct me if I'm totally off on that, but I spectated 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, I guess. And then when I played, I was like, oh, I don't recognize this. Oh, I saw this hole in coverage. Oh, I don't recognize this. It's kind of like that. But yeah, good question. They do have a lot of changes. But yeah, I played a couple of holes like Gannon did. And when I say like Gannon, I mean also as Gannon played, I also played, not like him as in landing 100-foot putts for birdie. Brent, we aren't playing longs this time. Yep, I lost the chat. Did you play 8A or just play long 8? Oh gosh, I don't remember. I don't know. This is my brother's fault because he did the scorecard, which he is very kind and very helpful, because he likes to put in all the stats, and I didn't really pay attention. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just went to the T-pad that he told me to go to. Yeah, my bad. Will Palm trying to qualify for the Santa Fe Open on Tuesday. Any tips? Honestly, Will, I don't think there's anything I can teach you. I'm trying to think of what I know that Will doesn't know in disc golf. Um, what can I teach Will? Well, I'm older than you. That's about all I've got. So yeah, my advice is I think you can do it. I think you've got this. I think that you have the capabilities. I think that you're qualified. And if you're landing putts like I've seen you on your stories and Instagram posts, then you're going to be just fine. Yeah. So I would say keep the confidence high and the expectation realistic, because you might go out there and play pretty well and not qualify, but you're capable of doing it. So yeah, give your best. And sometimes the day just doesn't work out, but a lot of times it will. And I think that for you, your chances are good. So yeah, keep up the mental game. Otherwise, I have no tips. Oh, it was 10:35. Called it 10:35, and I bet I was also right that it was like 10:37 or 10:38 and dropped to 10:35. This is Brent's round at Reedy where he hurt my feelings. He says Reedy is easy. Yeah, tell it to the guy who played a barely under par. Barely under par. Allah, do you know Iran? I have heard of Iran. I know very little about Iran. Iran. I'm probably even pronouncing it wrong. So that shows you all that I know about the country. Yes, but mild familiarity with middle district countries. Yeah, I know you exist. Hope that helps. Yeah, Brent's just clowning on me. Whatever. SCG, met my dad and brother in Granbury and saw a disc floating in the water. I went and got it. It's a brand new Discmania Ganonburg Cloudbreaker. It's so dope. Nice. Yes, that's awesome. Probably wildly overstable, but the Cloudbreaker is a good disc, and probably it's in a great plastic too, because I saw a lot of like Tour Series plastic and high quality plastic for the Cloudbreakers. I don't know if they release them in crappy plastic. Probably not. But yeah, that's really cool. Ed J, I think the two best courses I played are probably Thunderbird Gardens and then Garden Grove by Greensboro, North Carolina. Yeah, two of them that I haven't played for sure. I need to look at Thunderbird Gardens and Garden Grove, so let me write that down. But they sound very cool. Hip hip. What's the disc in your bag that if you water shot it, you'd possibly instant rebuy? Well, this is a really great question because I literally did this. I threw, now this was a glorified puddle, but I had to run my buddy to the airport and somebody found the disc before I could get it out. But I lost a Brave in a 20-foot, maybe less, thing of water in Florida. And it wasn't instant, but once it was out of the bag, I was like, man, I would use the Brave on this shot. Man, I missed my Brave. Oh, I wish I could throw the Brave. So I bought 3 more. So I bagged the Brave. I just had one, and I bought these 2 to make up for it falling out of the bag. And then I have another one, and it is in the bag with Isaac Robinson's signature. So Brave is kind of that instant buy if it drops out of the bag. My other answer is my Enigmas. It's not quite a rebuy actually, but I lost my kind of more stable blue one, and I would have said, "Oh no, I need to replace this. I need to buy another one." Except I had already been like buying used ones when I found them, in the neoplastic. So I had like 4 used Enigmas, and I tested them out, and I picked the one that was the closest in stability to the one that I had lost. So I like bought ahead in advance for it. Last one would be Streamline Echo, which I'm now trying to kind of build up my Echo collection. But those 3 discs would be like, man, I need this disc in my bag right now. Maybe also the Soul. The Soul. SCG, I gotta go for a while. Check in later. Y'all have fun. SCG, thanks for joining for a little bit, buddy. He's probably doing some homework or walking to McDonald's again. I don't know. But hopefully he can check back in. Appreciate you, man. Talk to you soon. Brent, Nevin, I think, used 12 of the holes from the normal course. Okay, so I was spot on. Pretty much. Oh, of course, Will Palm. Supreme Flight Open, not Santa Fe. I don't know anything. We all know this. I don't know anything. Supreme Flight Open. So this is a tour. This is the DGPT qualifier. Okay. So yeah, that's helpful context since that went flying over my head. But yeah, so since it's so high level, I'll say, yeah, it's probably gonna have to be close to your best to qualify, but you've got it. Like you have the talent, you have the capabilities, and it's kind of about like, does it all align in that qualifier? Because if not everything is 100% for you, then you probably will, maybe fall a little bit short. But that doesn't mean that you can't cut it. It just means that it wasn't on that day. So still, I would encourage you just with the mental game of being confident without being like convinced that if you don't make it, you're bad. Yeah, so hold that confidence. Okay. Bryant, 2 favorite MPO and 2 favorite FPO players. Ooh. That's interesting. 2 favorite MPO. So Calvin is my favorite MPO player right now. Particularly in skins matches where you get to see him like, he's so sarcastic, he's so funny. and he's so talented at the same time. So Calvin is my favorite MPO player. I've got to go with Isaac as my other favorite MPO player. He's just so talented. He's so genuine. And I don't know who I've met in my life that's more like humble and kind than he is. He's just one of the most friendly, non arrogant, down to earth, normal people that I've ever met. Um, but he has tremendous talent at the same time. So it's really an inspiration to me. Uh, Isaac is a Christian, and it's encouraging and inspiring to me to be aware of my attitude as well. And I always try to keep up a good attitude, not that I'm always happy, but that when I succeed, I'm grateful to God for what He's given me and blessed me with. And I'm glad that He's given me the chance to do well. And when I fail, um, if I'm taking myself really too seriously and thinking that I'm kind of the best, it takes me down a peg. So it's good to remain humble, and he just exemplifies that perfectly. And when things don't go well for him, like he accepts that. And when things do go well for him, I think he's really grateful, but he's glorifying to God in those circumstances. So he's really great. FPO, it's hard not to say Kristen. She's just so dominant. She's so good. Um, hmm. Ellie Mittling is kind of the up and coming, like insane talent coming into FPO. Um, and she throws incredibly far. Like she's an athlete. And I think we're shifting from, especially in FPO still, we're kind of shifting from good disc golfers who aren't athletes, and we're getting athletes who are good disc golfers. So Ellie Mittling and Disc Tay. I can't remember what her name is. Taylor Kochuk, I think. I'm probably butchering her last name. Like these are who are disc golfers, and they're going to be really, really good. Like Anthony Barella and Gannon are both pretty darn athletic. I mean, they're super tall as well. But yeah. Anyway, to fully answer your question, uh, hmm, yeah, I think I might go like Kristen and Ellie Mittling because Kristen's just so dominant, and Ellie Mittling has so much potential to just jump in as a real athlete into FPO and tear it up. So yeah, and she throws way further than me. It's not fair. Okay, I am behind on chat. Brendan just played Garden Grove 2 days ago for the first time. Felt like Charlotte disc golf for the first time since I moved here 3 years ago. Ran my rugged vat and the regulator in Burlington. I'm not sure the rugged and regulator, but glad that it felt like Charlotte again. That's cool. It's really cool. Dujit, I want to get a stable flying fairway. Any suggestions? Great question. It depends on how far you throw, of course. But if you're throwing, let's give a benchmark and say, if you can throw more than 400 feet, then a stable fairway is probably going to be like a Raptor for you, which is overstable, but you can crank out at a flat shot with some good fade. If you're throwing more, more like me, like 390, for me, an FD1 flies really well with just a good like dead straight shot to it. And at the end, we are going to fade in and get a little ground play, but not too much. So FD1 has been flying really well for me. If you have a little less arm speed, maybe just an FD or something like that. Maybe a Valkyrie. It does have turn and then fade to it, but a lot of new champion Valkyries are kind of more stable. Uh, yeah, it just depends on how far you throw and exactly what flight path you want. But yeah, if you can crank them out there, the Raptor might be your friend, but it might be a little bit too stable. So yeah, maybe something more like that FD1 or or an F2, Prodigy F2, 7.5 -1.3. So that's pretty good as well for that straight shot. Maybe an F1 if you want it to be more stable. Oh, I skipped ahead. Antonio, miss you here in Florida, Brad. Yeah, I really miss you guys too. I miss you guys too. I wish I could be down there. in the sunshine, getting burnt to a crisp with my pale skin and having sweaty hands. Actually, I miss the Florida humidity because when it's just a little bit cold here, my hands get too dry and I don't grip my putters well. Yeah, I miss Florida. But Charlotte disc golf would be pretty hard to give up. Brendan, I know the MPO should be coming to the regulator this year. Okay, so the regulator is either a course or a tournament. No, not sure. But that's cool if the MPO's through and playing. Luke, yo, Tony, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, shout out to Tony, who's been working really hard in Florida and has a really cool, like a Spider-Man Miles Morales disc. Sweet disc for a, is that a fundraiser for Junior Worlds? Question mark. I think. Todd disc golf. That makes sense. You and Calvin both have very dry senses of humor. Yeah, yeah. My one of my favorite lines from Calvin is somebody was talking about maybe running an ace and threw it just into the dirt short of the pin, and Calvin's like, "Well, it was chain high at one point." It was just, I don't know. It just caught me off guard. So funny. It's just he's hilarious. Steven, Missy is definitely my favorite FPO player. Fun to watch and really delightful to talk to for a couple of minutes. Yeah, she's really, I mean, funny Missy. She's not at Kristen's level of dominance, but she goes up for majors and she competes really well. And she's still got it despite being a longer, being present in disc golf over the longer term compared to some of the like newer players. She's still playing really well, still really competitive. I also really like Owen. I think that Owen Scoggins' attitude is really great. I love her just peppy nature and just having fun. When something's fun, it's really fun. Something's bad, oh no, it's terrible. Like I love that expressiveness. And I've chatted with her a little bit. She's really friendly, really genuine, and it's fun to watch her throw and putt, and she hits every putt. But yeah, good shout out for Missy. All right, Will Palm need to shoot around even to have a chance to qualify. They let second place in as well. Okay, well, you just got to win. Easy. Yeah. Yeah. What is the course for that, Will? I'm sure you maybe said something. Trying to remember. Oh, is the Supreme Flight? I'm not sure what that course is. Yeah. But I know that you have the capability, and it's just kind of a matter of can you get everything right and execute it when it matters, and that is so like that's tough to do, and that's next level. But I know that you can. I know that you can do it. Steven, and Missy is the only Pro Tour player from New York, so I gravitate toward that. Oh, of course. Nice. Yep. Yep. Being from New York, yeah, that totally makes sense. Todd's disc golf. Kristen, Owen, and Kat. Weird, but are mine. Yeah. Cat's very odd, for sure. But fun to watch, for sure. And yeah, those are good picks. Ed J, gotta go. Thanks, guys. Ed, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you being here and taking part in the chat. It was really fun to chat with you for a little bit. And Utah, right? Enjoy Utah. Hopefully it gets warmer soon for you. Hey, Pip, Dugit, try a passion or a river. Ooh, river is a really good shout. Depends on, of course, your arm speed. Like I mentioned, if you're throwing really far, the river is probably actually kind of a little flippy for you. Let's see. Ooh, not. Oh, nope, that's a saint. That's a saint. We have the wrong one. Do I have a river? I think I do. No. Wait. Oh, that's a Vulcan. That's not even close. All right. Hey, we have it. I don't know why it took me so long. Yeah, River 77 -11. So River is a pretty good shout out. I have kind of cranked on the River and had it drift the whole time to the right, so it can fly a little understable, depending on your arm speed and depending on how your River flies for you. But if you're not cranking them out too far, then it's probably a perfect stable fairway driver for you. So yeah, if you're absolutely bombing it, then maybe a little bit too drifty. I have heard great things about the Passion. I've only thrown it once or twice and didn't get really passionate about it, but I have heard good things. Obviously, Ezra Aderhold and some of the other guys, say it's always a Passion. Hello, what time is it there? It is 7:51 p.m. here. So Charlotte, North Carolina. So that vertical chunk of the United States, it's going to be 7:51, and then further west, it's going to be a little bit earlier, right? Yeah, definitely. I know everything. Oh, Will is Olympus? Oh, flip. Well, you've been playing Olympus really well, so I think you've got a shot at it. Are you playing the MPO? You're playing the full-on MPO layout that they'll play for the chess.com invitational? Mark. Oh, thank you. Yeah, both of you, Olympus. Thanks, Brendan. Yep, or Brandon. I a little behind on chat. I believe Calvin shot over par there. So Calvin did shoot over par. However, I watched Calvin play, and he was not playing his best. And I think that it does not suit Calvin's game at all. In fact, I think it was probably one of the worst courses for him of the season last year. So it can get anybody, but I wouldn't allow yourself too much to it playing in comparison to Calvin there, because he couldn't throw forehands that early in the season, and he just kept having to he just kept throwing short shots and having to upshot for par like constantly. And then when he got a kick, it was a bad kick, and he would take a bogey or double. So yeah, yep, full MPO, yep. Tough layout for sure, but you have the distance and you have the putting, Will. So the distance is imperative, and the putting, I think, will, if it's a great putting day, like that's several strokes. Like when you get the birdie chance, you've got to hit chains. And I think that you can do that, especially the way that you've been putting recently that I've seen. Yeah. So yeah, play it smart, don't take risks, and putt well. Doc says Passion for sure. Yeah, good shout outs for the stable fairways. Will, have you thrown the function? Doc says conjunction function. Sorry. What's the numbers on that? Will says 8-5 -4-1. I have not thrown the function. It sounds wild. Good night. I have something as flippy, I think. Oh, not as flippy. 6-5 -3-1. That's the Tex. So not quite as flippy. And that's one of my flippiest discs. These over here are only flippier because they're beat in. So actually, this is funny. This is my flippiest disc. This is a destroyer. It is beat to all heck. It's 168, so it's not even that lightweight, but it is just such a crappy old destroyer. Flippiest disc that I have. Flippier than the Mamba, which is a -5-1. Excuse me. But I have not thrown the function. Bryant. Kristen Lott, which of course I say Kristen Tatar, so I think people will do that for the next year. People are going to call her Kristen Tatar because she got famous as Kristen Tatar. Kristen Lott and Katrina Allen are Bryant's favorite FPO players, Ricky Wysocki and Isaac Robinson for MPO. Love their work ethic and attitudes. Love Ricky's practice rounds. And you can't deny, which I know some people are like, Ricky, not my favorite personality. The man works hard and plays great golf. Period. So totally legitimate. Good choices. Doc, Cat back already from having a baby. Her and Paige Shue are wild how quickly they get back to it. Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine having to recover from a physical experience like having a child and get back to an athletic activity. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. It says Greedo shot first. Unfortunately, um, I believe that Han actually shot first because now I'm forgetting his name. What's his face? George Lucas showed us the widescreen version where Han shot first. Nope, sorry. Doc, I'll look into it. Always love me a new disc. Yeah, is that the function? Probably. And Dujit says, thanks. Yeah, hopefully we're helping you. I mean, there's a ton of discs that potentially fill that spot for you. But yeah, a couple of shouts might help. Steven says Calvin was also injured. Yes, yes. Elbow and no forehands for the first couple events of the season. And at Olympus, you kind of need some scrambly forehands. He didn't have it. Brandon lost my Valkyrie in a palm tree down in Florida last trip. Ended up winning a disc from a YouTube and picked a Jawbreaker Paige Pierce Passion to fill the spot. Haven't thrown it yet. Haven't thrown it yet, but wow, that's cool. That's cool. So Brandon's going around to other disc golf YouTubers now. All right, fine, whatever, it's fine. I'm not upset, not jealous. Brendan White looking for a flippy distance 8-speed that's not going to dump out. Max distance right now is 400. Okay, so you sound just like me. 8-speed. What's a Vandal? Is a Vandal a 9-speed? I would say Vandal. We're gonna find out if it's a 9-speed though. Vandal. 9.5, -1.5 too. Interesting. I thought it was flippier than that. Well, the one I have flies pretty flippy. If I can find it. Nope. Nope. Ooh, the shift is good. I don't know. I don't throw that many 8-speeds. I don't have a lot of 8-speeds that I've thrown. Great question. I'll keep thinking about that one. My thoughts that come to mind are Vandal and Shift, but I think they're both 9-speeds. So let me see. This is probably bad etiquette to be like ignoring the stream and looking stuff up. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. We're figuring this out. Yeah, it is. 9.5, -3.0. If you're willing to jump up to a 9-speed, I recommend the Shift. Shift is going to turn over and it's not going to come back. Yeah. But yeah, if it has to be 8-speed, I don't know. I don't think I bag an 8-speed. So my 8-speed experience is a little more limited. Mm-hmm. Doc says, and I lost chat. We got this. Wow, I'm really behind. Doc says, Brandon, Jawbreaker Plastic is so much fun. Garrett Meter, when do I know when I'm ready for my first tournament? You're ready for your first tournament. That's a great question. I would say you just have to know the rules of disc golf. And if you can throw 150 feet, I think you're ready for your first tournament in MA4. If you're in an area where they don't really have MA4, which I know some people play in areas where disc golf, maybe there's not as many players, so they only have like MA2, MA1, then you might not want to jump in quite yet. If you have MA4 offered, play a C tier MA4 and preferably where you can pick your time, a flex start, where you can play with a couple buddies. That's my suggestion. Otherwise, yeah, I think you really just need to know the discs or the rules of disc golf and be able to, play the correct way. Because if you jump into a tournament and you're walking up to your disc and you don't mark it, you just pick it up and chuck it, people are going to be like, you can't do that. Like, this is a tournament. So yeah, if you know the basic rules of the sport and can basically abide by them under most reasonable circumstances, then I think you're pretty much ready for a tournament. So yeah, I would say dip your toes in the water, give it a shot at a local C tier and MA4, See what happens. Good question. Doc says, Garrett, what's the date of today? I would go with that date. Yeah, basically my answer. Blaze, hey, Blazoro, howdy. Doc says, hey, Blaze. And Blaze says, what's up, Doc? Of course. Doc says, now that just enjoying a new content creator, I'm liking this guy. Oh, what are you up to, Blaze? New, how does it feel to be one of the best up and coming players in the game right now? Will, how does it feel? New is a buddy of mine who he left me after acing in my face. He left me to work for Boeing. Rude, very rude. Blaze, not much watching my friend ramble. This is just great. I'm reading the commentary on me like 2 minutes late because I can't keep up with chat. Doc, Blaze, tell him he needs more clear discs. LOL, they go farther. That's just science. It's not true. Dye discs go further, pretty sure. Harmy's Despecialized Edition. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Maybe I missed something, or maybe that's for the discs flying further. Blaze says Brave. Brave is a 7-speed, unfortunately. Also, I don't think for most players throwing 400 or just under that the Brave is necessarily a disc that won't fade at the end. For me, for most lines, when I'm throwing it flat with good speed, it's drifting the whole flight. But I have thrown it where I kind of swing it and come back. So Brave is fantastic, but it's not kind of ever going to be that turn and burn disc for me. It's kind of a slow mover. Doc, I think it's actually easier to find because clear isn't a color you see in nature. Yeah, but the problem is if it's too clear, you see through it and you see nature again. Blaze says, passion. Luke says, Shadowfax is a great negative too. Yes, Shadowfax, good shout. I don't know if I still have mine. I think I gave it away. Yeah. Pretty sure I gave away my Shadowfax. Great Lord of the Rings name as well, by the way. King of all horses, Shadowfax. KYD, does anyone know why an artificial satellite, Cosmos 2242 from Russia, is flying over America? No. Doc, DG Puttheads has an awesome flight chart if anyone is looking for a certain speed disc. Good shout out, and I'll also shout out Marshall Street Discs and what was the disc matrix that I used for my disc reviews? There are a few really good ones where you can like use some sliders and be like 6 to 9 speed discs or only 8 speed discs, and then you can eliminate like lesser known brands and just do like Discraft, Innova, MVP, the big ones. So yeah, that good shout out for that. Maybe that's a good way to find one, is to use kind of one of those matrix filters. Yeah. Todd, KYD, someone's playing a rousing game of global thermonuclear war. Could be. Maybe they're ripping across the country and they wanted Wi-Fi the whole time. Blaze says, Brad, a passion is a great 8-speed. I haven't thrown the passion much, like maybe twice. So we have talked about the passion being great and totally fair. I don't have the experience with it, really, just a few throws. So I can't as much personally vouch for the passion and say the passion's great, I'm passionate about it, but it probably is. Yeah. What's a jackalope? Jackalope. Blaze would know, right? Blaze, that's Lone Star, jackalope? Question mark. Hip says at Brandon, Essence 8.6 -2.1, but you have to break it in a bit. Okay, yeah, that's good. I would say for me, and I do have my Essence, my Discmania mystery box, it definitely drifted but faded. So I would say the Essence can get there, but exactly like Hip says, you probably need to break it in, because I don't think out of the box it's flying like that. At least Mine in whatever plastic this is. Yeah. Could be that it's a good turnover, never fade. But yeah, at first, maybe not. All right, Brandon, the Essence is a great 8-speed. Mine will never leave my bag. Good. Yep. Great disc. Doc says, Garrett, also, if you play a league, ask your card mates friends who have maybe played longer to hold you to all of the rules. That's a great idea. It's a great idea. Will Palm says, Brendan, you should try a T-Bird like disc, 7502. Yep. Maybe will work. Blaze says, note sounds like mint discs, the Jackalope. What was it? I remember that when the Jackalope either came out or that somebody was talking about it and throwing it. Maybe it is mint. Huh. I thought mint was all food. I don't know. Maybe a Jackalope is food. Garrett, how should I determine the speed of my disc I should be throwing? Like, how do I know if a Raptor is too fast for me or if I just have bad form? That's a really, really great question, Garrett. And it's kind of complicated. Some people will say there's basically a little formula you can do based on your max distance. And like if you're throwing only 330, then you shouldn't be throwing more than 8-speed or something like that. Honestly, I think if a disc flies well for you, you should throw it. I am not a big kind of believer in you shouldn't throw any faster speed discs. However, if you're not throwing super far, you shouldn't expect faster speed discs to throw farther. So if you're only throwing 320 max, going from a 7-speed to a 14-speed will not take you to 640 feet. It doesn't double your distance. So like that's obvious, but some people kind of think that, oh, I'll throw further if I throw faster. And that's just not true. It's generally more beneficial if you're not throwing absolute bombs to stick to slower fairway drivers that will get a full flight for you. And a slower disc gets a full flight at a lower arm speed than a faster disc does. So, yeah, I would say if you're not throwing absolute bombs, then maybe try to stick to 10 speed and slower. As far as a Raptor is concerned, you're probably not going to throw it like Yuli or Brody or Paul McBeth or whoever, but it can still be a useful disc for you. I throw a cap wrap, and I can't throw it anywhere close to as far as Paul Ulibarri can throw a cap wrap, but the disc is useful for me because I can throw it forward, it dumps left, and it gets a big skip. Like that can be useful for anybody, even if you have it performing that flight at 220 feet or 270 feet or 330 feet. But yeah, there will be people who can get more out of a disc than you can, but that's okay. If you know your game and you know your bag really well, then you can pick the disc for the shot and execute at a high rate of success without being able to throw like a full flight shot on something like a Raptor. So it's a great question. It's definitely kind of complicated to really like flesh that out. But I'll fully admit I don't throw far enough to get full flights out of 12 speeds. But both of my Enigmas are really useful for me because my blue Enigma is just a straight shot with a little fade and then a nice flare. And my yellow Enigma is a straight shot with a little drift to the right. But at the end, it's going to fade out and swing in. So, yeah, great question. Oh boy. Jackalope, Doc says Jackalope is mint clash is food. But I have a mint disc taco. So maybe mint is just some food. Doc, what is everyone's most prized disc? Mine is my Air Plastic Warship. I call them my Air Warships. Nice, nice. Do you throw those, or are you talking prized like never throwing, only on the shelf? Or is it like discs that you throw that's high quality? I would say that I would guess my prized discs would be my MPO signature disc because this symbolizes, my distance from, but inspiration from all these talented MPO players. And the fact that I've been able to meet them and talk to them and watch them and kind of grow my own game by kind of emulating some of the things that they do. So this is one of my more prized discs. Also, my 2017 Nate Sexton Glow Firebird. That's worth like $100. This is a prize disc, and it's in the bag on the shelf and will never be thrown. Also this. One more. So this Loft Boreum is one of my prized discs because the color is fantastic. It has a unique rim. It's very rounded, and it has my initials on it. So it's blue, has initials BH. So it's one of my favorite discs to have, discs to own. Yeah. Okay. All right. Luke's most prized disc is probably a dynamic disc that Blaze and Brad have signed, which we did. Devin says my Destroyer with 100 plus signatures on it. I don't think it has 100, but it did have like 40 or 50. I saw a lot of signatures on it. Blaze, Brad, I challenge you to a bag swap battle. Next time I see you, I've been throwing only Rolos and Slammers, JK. Joke's on you because you will turn over every single disc in my bag and it will never come back and everything will cut roll for you and I will laugh at you while I throw 340-foot hyzers with your overstable bag. So get owned. Doc, totally get what you're saying. I got a bad shoulder and can't throw far left-handed, so I need a giant or an OS nuke. Gotcha. Yeah. Exactly. You understand exactly what I'm saying. Can't throw far, get a higher speed. It'll just go further. No. Doc, Blaze was throwing a Rolo in the wind for practice fun, and it would just drop. So much fun. Yeah, the Rolo is wild in the wind. Doc says, sweet to Devin and Luke. Brendan, at Doc, some of my Ching era rocks and T-Bird, possibly my USAGC Buzzsaw signed by every pro I saw. That's really cool. Doc says, all my babies got to work, which I assume means that he's throwing his prize discs, I think. Doc, try the new Ching discs, Brendan. Also love how disc golf pros don't mind signing other companies' discs. Yeah, that's a cool thing. I had who did I sign? Ezra Robinson signed just an MVP disc for me, and like I thought maybe it would annoy him. Didn't bother him at all. He doesn't care. He's signing off-brand, off-manufacturer disc like all the time. I think it's really cool. The only one that I didn't do that I wanted to is I wanted to get a James Conrad Envy and have Paul McBeth sign it. But I didn't do that. Brendan, forgot about my never thrown signed Steady Ed PDGA 001 disc. That's cool. And Doc agrees. Brandon has never thrown the new Ching rocks, only the old 2000 era olds, and wouldn't dare throw them now. Mina, hello, welcome back. Thanks for joining the stream. Appreciate you being here with us. We're hanging out, chilling, having a good time, relaxing, and chatting about disc golf for the most part. Doc, wait. Should we try getting all the pros to sign a Franklin disc? Is Franklin a crappy brand? I'm trying to remember. Now I'm looking it up and now I'm waiting. Oh yeah, these are ugh. Ew. Gross. Yes, we should. I think that'd be really funny. Hand that to them, they'll be like, what is this? That's good. Hey guys, I totally caught up to chat. Oh, Franklin is non-DGPT, but got me started in disc golf, so I love them. Well, that's great. Like, as far as a family toy, like, shout out to all of the kind of crappy off-brand stuff that get people interested in throwing frisbees, just in general. because yeah, I grew up throwing some crappy frisbees in the yard and really, really loved it. And it took me a while to shift to disc golf from that, but that got me into ultimate frisbee, got me to playing frisbee golf with a frisbee. But yeah, once you get the form right for disc golf, it's just another level of distance and accuracy that's fun, insane. But yeah, anything that gets people throwing a disc-like object successfully and falling in love with it, I am for. As far as putting it in the bag, no. Chill Guy says, can black people play disc golf? Yes. Philo Blaterath is one of the best. And now he commentates for the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And he's famous for an albatross throw-in with a blind shot around a corner, absolutely wild, caught on camera. And I believe they changed the par of the hole because he threw in from like 400 feet. Jake D, I was gifted a tilt yesterday. That's great. That's a fun gift. I've thrown a tilt a couple of times. I threw a full tilt. It's not even a disc at that point. Like, what even is it? But it's fun, and I can see it being useful in certain awkward lies where you just need the disc to do something wild. The tilt can make it work. I mean, Casey White threw in over a like 40-foot tree and a bunch of bushes, and what do you say? That's a tilt, baby, or whatever he yelled out. Blaze. It'll become the most expensive Franklin disc in the world. It'll be worth $6. Doc, chill. I talked to a person of color just Friday. I was talking about disc golf and gave him a disc to grow the sport. That is how it's done. One of my buddies in Florida, we hung out a lot playing disc golf and ended up competing on the war team together. Shout out to Tim. Doc, tilts are too much fun. Yeah, that's great. Noah, DG, what is your highest rated round? Highest rated round is 1028 rated. And it was when I made lead card with Paul Ulibarri in the Charlotte Roar Open in December. And I beat Paul Uli by 2 marks. Steven, thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Everybody that's given me something so far today, I'm so grateful for it. Really, really appreciate it. And all of you have helped me get here to be able to reach the first level of monetization for the channel. It's been such a blessing. And Steven says, Philo has the course record for my home course, Heckscher Park on Long Island. Wow, that's cool. I mean, that's going to stand forever, basically. That's awesome. Yeah, Philo's really, I mean, he's an OG. He's such a talented, he's a friendly guy, and he's so knowledgeable, and he has a great commentating voice. And I really appreciate him being part of disc golf and laying a lot of the foundation for what players get to enjoy today. So he's really, really awesome. Good guy. Doc says, North Carolina disc golf is just the best. Sorry, other states. I think some other states' problems are that you can't play year round, but they have beautiful courses. Like Michigan has some really pretty courses, but they overgrow in the summer, and it's crappy. They're not crappy, but it's crappy to play all winter. So it's like you get that sweet spot of a little bit of spring after the it's not muddy anymore. It's actually dried up, and it's nice out, and it's beautiful out, and the like beautiful wooded courses are green but not overgrown. And then it's hot, overgrown all summer, mosquitoes, terrible, and then fall, all the leaves fall, and you can't find your disc. So, not that those are bad things, but they can negatively impact your experience on the course. So, it's tough. Like Michigan has some great disc golf, but you just can't enjoy the course the same for 300 days of the year. Florida, you can. It's year-round disc golf. Charlotte, not quite year-round, but high quality courses for sure. Josh, hello, how are you? Love your content and have learned to always stay positive from you. I'll always support you and hope you're blessed. Josh, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. I hope that that's my influence in the sport. I really do want to be um, encouraging to people. And I love disc golf. I love people. I want them to enjoy the sport and have a good time. And yes, sometimes we hope to compete. And when we don't compete at a high level, it can suck to fall short. But the sport is really great and it's something we can share with family and friends. So yeah, I want to keep it positive and I want to enjoy the experience of disc golfing, especially with people that I love and care about. And so I'm glad that that kind of attitude comes across through the channel. And I really hope to continue to be a positive disc golf influence, even though I'm not going to be the best in the world. That'd be close. Brendan, anyone played around with new to you molds, full bag, and figure out as you go, other than when you were first getting started, challenge a buddy to this soon. Uh, I did that with my Gyropalooza discs. I got a gyro box of discs. The only disc I had thrown before was the Pixel, but I had only thrown it in Electron Soft, not Eclipse, and the Wave, but I had only thrown it in the flippy crappy. I don't even know if I have it anymore. Whatever I had instead of the Eclipse. And the second time that I did it was 2 months later when Blaze got me the Discmania box, and I took out a Discmania box, and the only disc I'd used before that was the Link, I think, because I had an FD1, not an FD, and played around with completely new discs, and the P2 was a winner. Also, I filmed it, and it's on the channel, so check it out. Not me, baby says, "Are you American?" Yes, I am American. I measure in feet and inches, and it makes no sense. Welcome to the 50-degree Fahrenheit, North Carolina. Are you American? Because then we're both American. Doc says, "Yeah, Brandon, usually I'm trying a new brand or just buy a bunch of discs at once. It's fun to do that." We got Arnaud. Hi from France. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. How's France doing? Is there good disc golf in France? Very, very curious. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you being with us tonight. Goodness, I cannot talk. Voice is already going. Doc, like other month, got crazy deal on divergent discs and had fun trying them out. Doc says, "Not year round. I was out in a t-shirt and shorts last Friday. Hey, I'm out playing the course. I played today. I played around at Nevin. I played 2 days ago. But you get a couple of months where it just sucks. It just sucks. Yeah. I would know because I was here playing golf in those months. And there are some miserable days on the course when it's raining and 33 and a half degrees. It sucks. But yeah, it's pretty close to year round. But Florida's on another level. Like you don't have a length of time where it's just cold one day, cold the next day, cold. Like that just doesn't exist in Florida. So I'm playing in Florida, 70 degrees, December 15th. Like that's crazy. I think the coldest Florida was like 2 days in a row where the low over no, 3 days in a row where the low overnight was below 32 degrees. It just is you can't beat Florida weather. And when I get too hot, I deal with it. And when I get too cold, I hate my life. So Florida is just like the pinnacle of weather for me. Charlotte is more temperate and it's probably better for most people in the summer than Florida is. But you do have to deal with some crappy, nasty, muddy, cold, miserable winter for a month or two. John Newsom, that albatross was one of the greatest shots ever caught on camera. Yep, Philo's albatross, iconic, famous, absolutely magical. And the fact that they caught the angle completely as it went into the chains, like super, super cool. Brendan, Philo is awesome and was throwing at USDGC at the Triple Mando. It came up and just had a 4-minute conversation before he joined the line of kids to throw, got him to sign my buzzsaw. Really, really cool. That's awesome. Yeah, he seems like a really genuine guy. I haven't really talked. I chatted with him very quick at Olympus last year at the chess.com. Seemed just friendly, nice, glad to be there. But from what I've seen from him on commentary and stuff, he just seems to really still love the sport. And he loves the people dominating in the sport. And it's really cool to see. Bailey, welcome. Won your giveaway a few weeks ago and you sent me a Latitude 64 Trust. Just want to say thank you so much. I've been using it a lot and it's turning into my go straight mid, some reliable fade with reliable fade. Heck yeah. Yeah, Bailey, I recognized your name and glad that you ended up getting that Trust. That's a cool disc to win. Not jealous at all of that. I wanted to throw it. But I'm really glad it's working for you. That's really awesome. It sounds a lot like the ways that my echoes fly for me. So that's really great. Thanks for dropping in. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad that you're able to keep the disc in your bag. I'm glad it's useful. That makes me very happy. Doc, I'm waiting for my Ledgestone mystery box, praying my prize. And chat really jumped there. Praying my prize is the cart. So there's a Ledgestone mystery box with a cart as a prize. I don't know how it fits in the box. Doc, worst day ever playing disc golf is still one of the best days of your life. I want to agree with that. I do. I like the sentiment of that statement. But one of my least favorite days of the last month was my round at Nevin in the nasty, miserable, rainy, freezing cold day. Even though I shot my rating almost, just so unenjoyable, so unfun. Because I love disc golf and I love good disc golf, and I couldn't play good disc golf. It was not possible. My hands were too wet. I was just rough on the tee pad. I was shivering. I was missing all my putts. And when I'm playing disc golf like that, it hurts. It hurts to fall short of playing good disc golf for me. So when the conditions are just awful, it can be fun sometimes, but sometimes it can just be physically miserable. And there are days where I wish that I hadn't gone out and played disc golf when the conditions are terrible. And I wish that I had just stayed home. Those days are rare, and I really didn't have those in Florida. Let's put it that way. I didn't have those days in Florida. Brendan, it sucks on some of those days, but I'm still out there. I mean, it's tough because when I filmed my disc review of the shift, it was like 48 and rainy in Florida, but it wasn't that cold. Like, it was cold, but it wasn't absolutely miserable. It wasn't windy. And I was still glad to be out there. I have a limit. I care about my body too much. And I'm too old. Garrett, do you know anything about the... Ooh, oh my gosh. Wow. Blaze, thank you so much for the donation. Wow, thank you. Really appreciate it. Blaze says 2 weeks ago it was below 40 the entire week. Also get yourself some beefy fives and an Eagle McMahon range. I love the disc and you will too. Imagine a flippy Berg. Wow, well, you're the man, Blaze. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I will do that, as you say. Also, shout out Doc for the 5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, buddy. And it's been so cool having you in the chat today. Been having a blast chatting. He says, rough day playing disc golf, then struggling to get in the car, but you hear those chains hit and you're excited to get to, and you're excited to get back. That's great. I mean, there's something to be said for, it's such an amazing sport, and getting out there when it's terrible and the conditions are awful and still having a good time is a gift. And sometimes I just can't enjoy it if the conditions are too bad for me. And when I am cold and wet, I'm at my most miserable. But you have a stronger spirit than I do. Getting out there when it's terrible out. All right, I'm way back on chat, so I'm going to be quick here. Garrett, do you know anything about the iDog or Mad Cat? I do not. I have no knowledge of either of those discs. I had not heard of the iDog at all. The Mad Cat, I think I've heard of, but I don't know anything. Doc says, I take a cold North Carolina day over 120 Florida summer day anyway. I am the opposite. I will take the 120 degrees and I will sweat through my shirt and I will like it because there's no such thing. This is not true. There's no such thing as being too warm, but being too cold happens at like 36 degrees. That's me personally. I will take too hot over too cold. And yes, I've heard the argument you can always put more layers on, but you can't take your layers off because then it's illegal. Yes, I've heard that. But you can survive if you have enough water and you can play good golf in 120 degrees. And I have done it. I have done it in Florida and I enjoyed it. But when it gets too cold and your body stops to function, it's just too much for me. But I know that you like your cold better, or you'll deal with the cold better than the heat. I am the opposite. John says, was hoping Florida state parks were going to put in some disc golf courses. Sad that it received bad press and we may not get the courses. That's too bad. That's really too bad. Would love to see it. I know that Gainesville should be getting a new course soon. Blaze can probably confirm if that's still on track for that. In addition to Cuscaquilla getting up. Taha says, where were you, mate? If you're talking about where am I right now, I'm in North Carolina in the United States. If you're talking about where I was when it was 120s, that was Florida. Justin, almost 2 hours in. Yes, we are. Almost 2 hours in. Doc, who got bad press at John? Mr. Ahmed, hello. Thank you for joining us. We're chilling, hanging out, mostly talking disc golf, having a good time. Glad you're here. Ooh, Hip Hip says, Zuka cart, worth it, waste of money, amazing, can't live without it. I will say, I don't know anyone who bought a cart and then said, cart's not for me, I'm going to go back to carrying my bag. But I don't have a cart. I still carry my bag. I told myself when I hit 30, then I could get myself a bag. 29. So no bag yet. I think a cart is worth it, but it may not be that you need to shell out for the Zuka cart, but maybe it is money well spent. I'm not sure. Blaze, what do you think? Doc, at Bailey, do you ever try Jonathan on Lat 64? He's so funny. Yeah. He's hilarious. Taha, why does everyone ask you questions and seek advice from you as if you're an expert? That's a great question. So I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty experienced in disc golf. I've played several professional rated rounds of disc golf in tournaments, and I've beaten a couple of professional players, including Paul Ulibarri, who plays on the Pro Tour in Charlotte. And so I have, I guess I'm qualified to speak with knowledge on the sport of disc golf. But I'm also only sharing really my personal experience and my opinions. So I'm not giving expert advice as someone who's made thousands on the Pro Tour and is a dominant competitive force in the world. I mostly have a lot of amateur experience. And with my YouTube channel, I've done a lot of creative things with trying out different discs, doing disc reviews. So I think a lot of the questions are coming from, interacting with me as I've been sharing my videos. A lot of you guys have been watching my videos. It's fun to be able to interact with each other more personally. But I wouldn't say that the audience is asking me questions thinking that I'm an expert in disc golf. I would say that I have some expertise, but that I have a big difference between me and the best and the most knowledgeable. But sometimes, if you're asking a question to Calvin and Paul Macbeth, they might not be able to relate to your experience very well. And I would say that I would have pretty relatable experiences to you guys as well. So I think there's kind of like this great interaction here, where I might have some knowledge to share, but we're also kind of just bouncing ideas and thoughts off of each other. I'm not here sitting above all of you with all of the knowledge, just handing it out. We're able to converse on the same level as people who love the sport. I just happen to be the one who's designed the YouTube channel and is running the live stream. Brennan, it's been fun, but I have to run. Enjoy the content. Brennan, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you. It's been a great time chatting. Thanks for participating with us. Had a blast. John, idea of putting disc golf course in States Park upset some Florida residents. Okay, so that's Florida States Park. My chat is half broken. There we go. All right, I'm being mocked. That's fine. I deserve it. Blaze, Doc, the sound of plastic on chains is just the best sound in the world. It's such a good sound. Doc, I'm getting old. Wait till after 40. Yeah. It's fine. Whatever. Blaze, I'm 25 and my back's already to give out. And Blaze is a UPS worker, so that's fair. I did work with 2 men in a truck for 2 months. Blaze, Doc, yes, to Blaze. And there have been some days I didn't think the knee would get me back to the car, hear the chains, and I'm like, another round? That's great. Brent, can't wait. Oh gosh, spreading rumors. Brent says, can't wait for your live streamed tournament round next Saturday. I'm sorry, guys, I can't live stream a tournament round. If Brent uses his phone and live streams my tournament, it will happen. Blaze, Mad Cat is Lone Star Firebird, and iDog is Castablast. Interesting. Doc, gotta say, falling into frozen water was not fun, but hey, you play and you thank God you had spare clothes in the car after the round. Fair enough. Eric, I'm looking for a professional plate thrower in my kitchen. So if you or anyone are interested, please email me. I will let you know about that. Do I have to throw it in your kitchen or just use the plates from your kitchen? Very important clarifying question. Also, I have thrown plates before. Styrofoam, plastic, and paper, not the best. China, that's where it's at. Steven, all right, here we go. 36 degrees is too cold. Ha 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 ha. It goes on. You don't know cold. I do know cold. I grew up in Michigan, and the number of below 0 days that I was outside working or playing a sport, running, whatever, it's even more miserable than when it gets like 36 degrees, which is cold. And if it's raining, it is miserable. Yeah, Steven, Doc says, yeah, Steven, nothing like a crispy frozen day. Cart can add years to your disc golf game. Yeah, that's fair. That's good. Shout out, or a good shout for carts being good for you physically. Totally fair. And yeah. Chat is messed up again. I don't know what it is. I think it's my laptop. It won't scroll. Blaze says, yes, Gainesville, Florida is getting a new course. Chat just moved on me. In Alachua, location cannot be told. I actually know where it is. However, it will have a lot of elevation, big shots, technical shots, and a wide variety of different shots. Yeah, that's really good. Oh, the Coop also played in that round at Nevin in the rain. Playing in the rain was frustrating because it's so hard to grip the disc. Yeah, rain makes it so much worse. And I have had a couple of good rounds in the cold, but when my fingers are just too cold and I can't get the pop on my putt, it's just miserable to dink off the cage 8 times in a round. But yeah, Coop, that round was just awful. Like, I saw the scores, and because I played late in the day, so I was like, okay, I might have a chance, you know. And then 5 holes in, I was like, I don't think I'm winning today. And I ended up playing fine in the end, but it's just miserable when you can't play the sport like normal. Like, you don't even have to play your best, but when you can't play like normal, you just don't have any control over the discs. it's just a frustrating thing because you know you can be not just better, but so much better. And that's just at your like average. Very frustrating. Doc, I had to give up playing in the rain after rain. Can't risk the knee. Need to keep my job. That's fair. That's fair. And it's miserable. Blaze, I have a Zuka XL, and let me tell you, when you go from picking up and dropping your bag 100 times around to not doing that to your body, not doing that, your body thanks you. Also, it's a chair, and I have a cooler in it. That's totally fair. Yeah. Doc says, only sodas and water, I'm sure. Of course. Brent, bags suck, Zuka carts don't. Thanks, Brent. Blaze, never drink on the course. Prefer to be fully there. It's very wise. That's very smart. John, use a $120 baby stroller to haul my discs around with my cooler. It's a game changer. Doc, I tell newbies all the time, John, nothing wrong with your first bag being an old lunch bag. Yeah, that's totally fair. Brent, my phone would die about 25 minutes. I have an iPhone, so battery is pretty bad. Unfortunately, I won't be able to. That's for the live stream. So Brent, with the early excuses about not getting my live stream running, I don't know why I wanted him for my content manager, but I guess I'm just gonna have to fire him. Steven, do you run track? So I did. I ran track and cross country in high school. I did track from sixth grade through my senior year, and I was fine. Nothing special. I did high jump, long jump, 200, 400, 4x4 the most, and then I did the 800 and the 1600 a couple of times. My mile was fine, but nothing special. I think the 4x4 was our best because we had one. I think our anchor was super fast. He got college scholarship for track, and so he would run like a 52-second split for the 400, and no, he would run like a 52 400. So his split was sometimes like 49, 48-second splits in the 400. Wild how fast he was. I ran 56 splits and 59-second 400s. So he was way better than me. But I made the team because we had a small school, and we did fine. We did fine. Thing that hurt me the most mentally when I was doing track is I trained for high jump for several years and was doing high jump, and I think I got 5'10" is my highest jump. The school record at the time was only like 6'2", and one of the guys from the basketball team, worst form I've ever seen in my life, did 2 track meets with us, broke the school high jump record by jumping and tucking his knees up to his stomach and just hurling himself over the ball. Broke the school record with a 6'4" jump. And he had no training. He just jumped. It pissed me off. Anyway, track was good. I enjoyed it, especially high school. Like, it's a great activity. Keeps you fit, keeps you active. Lately, I don't really run as much, but I get my miles in on the course. Doc, well, early day tomorrow night. All this was fun. Doc, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really enjoyed it. Every Sunday, 6:30 p.m. EST. Come on and join us and have some more chat. It was a blast having you here, man. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining. Shout out to this guy for being extremely dedicated to live streams. Luke, heck yeah. Hip hip, Doc, my local Walmart has DD Cadet backpacks for 15. If you know a new player, have them check. Good shout out. Save the lunch boxes. That's great. That's great. That's great. Yeah, that's cool that they have some nice little bags for cheap. I know a guy with the local Chainhawk Gainesville League who has just one of the like 5-disc bags that has like the strap and then has the bag. And he just comes up week after week after week, doesn't have a full bag, just knows his discs and plays with a few that he has and has a great time. But yeah, it will save the lunch boxes a little bit. I did it. I caught back up to chat, so I'm going to get myself a little bit of water as John drops the chat real quick. Brent says, birdie time, more like goat time. Nope. Not, not, man, my voice is already shot. This is good. Not the greatest of all time. Not the greatest disc golfer of all time. Not the greatest disc golfer YouTuber of all time. Not the greatest Siege player of all time. There's a lot of things that I'm not the best at. John, did you go to Santa Fe High School? Did my internship for UF there. So I went to high school in Michigan, actually. So I went to Jackson Christian High School in Michigan, went to Cornerstone University in Grand Rapids, Michigan for college, for my undergraduate. And then after I had been out of college for a couple of years in a church for a little while as a youth pastor, ended up moving down to Florida at that point. So college, high school experience for me was all up north in the bitter cold. As Doc denies, it was horribly cold. Don't listen to what Steven tells you. It was freezing, like literally way below freezing. Anyway, yeah, then moved down long after that. Oh, John, you were there in 1993 that you did your internship? Yeah, I was born in 95. Todd, I used one of my parents' old ball golf push carts, and it works great. Yeah, that's a good. That's cool. I could see that working out pretty well. Yeah, I could see that working out. I like it when people kind of repurpose already like strollers and stuff that are already made for use and then use it for disc golf. I think it very rarely looks kind of like janky. Like most of the time, it kind of just perfectly makes sense. Like people would just adapt it to disc golf, which is really cool. I also like homemade baskets. I think are fascinating. um, Brent says that I'm selling myself short. I'm not. Oh, Brent, did you watch my putting video and what did you think of it? Actually, that's a good question for everyone. I am curious, did any of you or did most of you end up watching my putting tips video that I dropped yesterday? I asked for a couple of reasons. One, I'm hoping to understand the impact of the thumbnail because I'm shifting towards a minimalist thumbnail design because I'll be perfectly honest, I suck at making thumbnails. I hate it. I'm bad at it. And it takes me way too long to put together a thumbnail. So I'm shifting toward like a two-word thumbnail style. So I'm wondering if the thumbnail is more or less interesting and if it caught your eye and if you clicked on that video. And I'm also interested to know if my advice comes across because I really tried to phrase it as here's what helped me get better and maybe it will help you. Not I'm a putting expert, let me teach you the right way to putt. And so I'm curious if you guys like that style and found the video to be helpful or, potentially helpful for newer to intermediate amateur players. Because I kind of designed it for, mostly amateurs, but, maybe some MPO players could benefit from it as well. I'm not sure. Yeah, I just want to know what you guys thought about it. Brent, what courses do you plan on filming this week? That's a great question, and I'm really not quite sure yet. I'm potentially changing plans for my video for this week. So tomorrow morning I'm going to decide. But I'm planning on playing Scrapyard this week. I like to do a little filming there, and I'd like to play Eastway. So I'm probably going to do whatever my video ends up being. I'm probably going to film at Eastway. And I'd also like to do a little filming at Bradford, but depends on what time of day I can get out there, if I'm going to get out there with my brother or not, because I tend not to film when I play rounds with other people unless I know I have plenty of time for it. So probably Bradford, Eastway, Scrapyard. All right, the Coop. My school plays a Cornerstone University sometimes in basketball while I was there. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we had 14, 15, 16, and 17. Our basketball was pretty good, but I think our girls volleyball was like the best. For Cornerstone, it was their like best sport. Also added a bowling team, and they were getting full ride scholarships, which was awesome, but kind of like I got a partial scholarship for soccer, for basically sitting the bench, but still got a scholarship, which is great. Then I heard bowling got full rides, and I was like, what? But that's really cool. I mean, it's cool that colleges are able to offer scholarships for different programs. And I'm sure that they had interested donors who really wanted bowling to have full ride scholarships to the university. Yeah. But yeah, I did not play basketball. I'm bad at basketball, and I'm not really that tall. I'm on average tall, but not basketball tall. Eben, I've actually been playing disc golf with an ultra star to warm up for the ultimate season. Any thoughts or tips? For the ultimate season, uh, I don't know. Are you hucking a lot? Are you guys? Do you have like a club team or a college team? Are you running plays? Are you um, like the captain or in charge of decision making? Or are you thinking just for like just tips for being an ultimate player? Because I don't know. I was never that good at ultimate. I was good for like our college club team for the year that I played, and then for intramurals, I played pretty well. Um, I don't know. My tip is learn if you don't have it, learn how to throw a good forehand because my forehand was all wobbly and terrible, and it was a huge detriment when I had to actually throw the frisbee. When I was just sprinting and catching in the end zone, I was a lot better because I didn't have to throw forehand. Good question. I'm not sure if I have any thoughts or tips, but it sounds like a lot of fun. I really enjoyed every time I played Ultimate, except for the one time it was super windy. Brent hadn't had a chance to watch it. Then my wife was needing help with the baby. Totally understand your excuse. No, I'm just kidding. It's totally reasonable. Your life is going to be crazy. So once you watch it, let me know what you think because I am curious how it comes across. I did my best to um, communicate well as someone saying this worked for me, but I don't know the best. I don't know the answers. Hip Hip says, yes, you popped up in my feed yesterday. Heck yeah, good. Blaze, Brad, I found a disc that'll be your new favorite overstable fairway, the Latitude 64 Honor. I have been interested in throwing the Honor for a while. Who has one? Somebody I know has one. I keep seeing it. So I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot soon. Oh, yeah. Left hand, backhand. Shout out to Jake, my brother. Left hand, backhand disc golf. Brent is talking you up because he's beaten you recently. That's probably what he's doing. Yeah. But Brent knows that the mighty will fall. Let's put it that way. Will Palm said, I like the practicing tips a lot, actually. Okay, sweet. I'm glad that came through pretty well. Brent, wow, don't throw that shade at me. I think he's the goat of dedication to Sunday live streams. That's probably my highest goat claim is the 3 live streams in a row that I've done. Yeah. Or like 6 if you count all 3 of last week. Johnny, you come across as having a lighthearted videos, very enjoyable to watch. Good. Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Because it's important to me that people don't see me and think that I'm like condescending. I just do not want to come across as condescending. Yeah. Brent may play a round warm up. Gosh, since I haven't legit played since I played Scrapyard, saying that because I would be happy to help you get some good clips. Okay. And Brent, after this live over, I'll probably watch the putting video and let you know how it was. Okay, perfect, awesome. Yeah, maybe we can get in around this week. I mean, that'd be great. So I would guess I'm more free than you, Brent. So if you have time, let me know ahead of time, and we'll try to make that happen. Because if you let me know last minute, then maybe that may or may not work. But we'll see. SCG is back. Welcome back. Howdy. For joining us again, SCG. Were you driving or getting McDonald's or what? Doing some homework? I know that SCG ignores us to do homework sometimes, which is fine. It's responsible, I guess. Gotta get a little more water. Buddy needed help with his car. Oh, nice. Nice. Glad you were able to help him out. All right. Hope you were able to. And doing homework. Okay, fine. Little homework, little help somebody with a car. That's good. That's good. Left hand, backhand. Want to play every day except Wednesday this week. North Carolina weather is going to be beautiful. Yes, yes, it will. It will. It's going to be a really nice week. I'm going to get in quite a bit of filming in the nice sunshine and enjoy myself some disc golf. Yeah. Brent, I am home all week with wife and baby, so technically free. I'll see what day this week is best. Yeah, definitely. Like, if you got something that does work well, let's aim for that. Because obviously, you're not going to, I'm not going to ask you to take a lot of time away from your family. Super, super important. But if you've got to get out for a couple of hours, then I'll try to join you for that time. And early in the day works really well too, because then I'll have a little of that space to maybe film if you've got to get going kind of quick after we're done with the round. I can stick around and do extra filming and stuff like that. So, yeah. Will Palm, you should do a C2 putting video. Yes, I have it. So I scheduled out. Oh, I'm so stiff. I'm so old. Too many rounds in the cold. So I have my videos scheduled out till June right now, and nothing is set in stone. But I have my weekly video theme picked out, and C2 putting is happening. I can't say what weekend it's going to end up being that I do post it, but yes, Circle 2 putting video will be in the works soon, and I just have a couple of videos that I'll be working on before that point, but it will be coming out. So keep your eyes on the horizon. C2 putting video, and I'm thinking it might be something I'm slightly more qualified to talk on, I guess, because I think I'm decent as a putter in Circle 1 and I have decent practice tips. But I do notice that I seem to have a better Circle 2 putting stat than a lot of people that I compete against outside of like top MPO. I don't compete with, people who are that good. And then Will says, what does left hand backhand mean? Oh, never mind. He figured it out. He's lefty. Yep, my brother's wrong-handed. Jake says, you should film at Renaissance. Yeah, I should film at Renaissance. It's a good shout. Brent says, renting gold would be so fun, but definitely for a day you want to commit to play around for like 4 hours. Literally, the walk alone is a killer. Yeah. Renaissance is beautiful. I played it in the fall, and it was just absolutely gorgeous. I didn't finish because my buddy and I had to go, but loved the first 12 holes. Interested in the back 6 or whatever, because it sounds like they're actually like really tough. But yeah, really like the course. Would love to get some filming there. Treecraft, what is your max distance disc? Good question. I would say right now, my yellow and flippier Enigma Neo is probably my longest distance disc. I can push it out to 390, 400 feet. But I have thrown the X4 farther. It's just so flippy. It's so understable that I don't rely on it. It's like a big hyzer flip to massive turnover max distance bomber disc. Or my green Dynasty is really flippy. If I throw that on a roller angle, I can roll it over 420 feet. But I'm not good enough at rollers to do it consistently. So good question. I would say that my Enigma is probably my long distance disc right now. My Shrike goes pretty far, and I have a Destiny that goes pretty far as well. Destiny? Yeah, Destiny. Will says, you should film a video at Olympus with me. I wish. That would be sick. That would be sick. I wish I could travel more for my filming. Charlotte's going to be great for filming. It is good for filming. But yeah, being able to like drive 7 hours and do filming would be pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. The Coop, are you also live streaming every week? I am planning to do this live stream every Sunday night at 6:30 p.m. EST. So this live stream is weekly for my plans. Outside of the Sunday night live stream, I don't have any current live stream plans. But yeah, I'm planning to do live stream every Sunday night and then a video every Friday or Saturday if my video ends up taking me a long time to finish, like last week did. Blaze thought I was going to say Shrike. You were only partially wrong. I just happened to shout out the Enigma first, but the Shrike is in the conversation for that distance disc. So Blaze isn't wrong. He just, I cheated and said like 4 discs. He said one of them. Brent, I threw a Shrike once and I need one because that thing just flies. Yeah, Brent absolutely bombed it. So yeah. Shrike is a great disc. I mean, and I have a Star Shrike that's just like beat up a little bit. Like it flies nice. Treecraft, 300-foot tunnel shot in the woods. What disc are you pulling out? Great question. Echo. Streamline, Echo, Cosmic Neutron. I have 2 Echoes. One of them is a little bit flippier, and one of them is a little more stable, both in the bag. So depending on exactly how the tunnel is, I might throw a little bit left side, flip up with my flippier one, and then just kind of get straight down the tunnel. Or I'll throw the more stable shot with a little more power and just flat shot it straight down the tunnel. If there's a nice backstop, or if it's shaped a little bit differently or whatever, sometimes I'll throw the Brave just to be certain that I get far enough and make the distance a little bit easier. And I'll just throw it with a little bit of hyzer and just pop it up and glide it straight. So Echo, and then maybe a Brave, depending on the situation. Todd, what is your favorite chocolate covered nut? Cashew here. Great question. I would say probably peanut. I like peanut M&Ms. I don't do a whole lot of fancy like chocolate covered stuff. I just eat chocolate straight up, not very healthy. But I do eat dark chocolate. So that is in my favor. I do lean towards the dark chocolate. Yeah. But chocolate covered cashews sound pretty good. I'm trying to think if I've had chocolate covered cashews. I don't really like almonds too much or pecans. So yeah, I'd say peanut. Probably peanut. Yep. Great question. Yeah, Blaze says try messaging Jessica Weiss. She has an old 2021 run of Luster Shrikes and they're gorgeous. Or a Halo Shrike or something a touch more stable. And Brent says that he needs to get one. He likes his destroyers, but a Shrike was too easy to throw far. Yeah. I would say if you really just need a Shrike, maybe I don't. I have one. I don't remember where it is. I don't think it's up here. I think it's in one of my off-screen stacks. Yeah. Anyway, you can borrow a Shrike if you want to get a few throws in with it, Brent. So let me know if you want me to bring that when we're at Bradford. Yeah. Will, what is your favorite type of bean? Coffee bean. No. Favorite type of bean. So oddly enough, like I've been making cowboy beans, this meal, which has like baked beans, black beans, kidney beans, Great Northern beans, and pinto beans all mixed in, and they all really work together. But I would say the kidney beans and baked beans probably taste the best. Pinto, if you have it by itself, just not my favorite. Green beans, not really my favorite. But if you kind of like fry some green beans in salt and oil, they can taste pretty good. Like some sea salt. Shockingly good. So maybe some like sea salt fried green beans. Yeah, not too bad. But I mean, coffee bean is the best answer. Exciting. If we play this week, I'd love to borrow it. Okay. Oh, is it right here? It might be here. I know it doesn't mean anything. Oh, I have so many discs. All right, I just knocked my stack over. Actually, I have 2 Shrikes. One is this G-Star Shrike. So I'll try to bring that one. And then I have another one somewhere. Jake, left hand back and says, Mr. Bean. Will likes the black bean. Luke says yes, I think to Mr. Bean. Yep. That's a pretty good answer. Not really the Chicago bean. It's kind of boring. Like I like how reflective it is, but I don't get it. I don't see why it's like cool. It just someone explain the Chicago bean to me because I just can't really grasp it as having appeal. Like I saw it and I went, "Oh, it's that thing." Maybe I just don't appreciate art. Brent says, G-Star, I will flip so quickly. Left and back end agrees. Yep, G-Star Shrikes are so flippy. Just FYI. Yeah, yep. Shrikes are just a roller disc for me. Blaze, get out of here. We know you throw too far. You're annoying. I still putt better than you. Blaze throws really far. It's kind of gross. It's kind of cruel. It's rude. Yeah. That's just because your form is bad, Blaze. That's why. They're a roller disc for you because you have bad form. Yeah. If you had good form like me, then you would barely turn a Shrike over. It's just the facts. Sorry, man. Yeah, that's rough. It must be rough, but I think you can handle the truth. Ooh, thoughts on legumes. I have a lack of thoughts on legumes. Yeah. Sorry. Anybody else have thoughts on legumes? Good question. Blaze, left hand, have you ever thrown an Innova Archon? Archon. And yes, he has. Halo is the most stable. Yeah. Halo Shrikes are stable. Blaze, it broke 530 feet. Dang. That is far. That's really far. That is really far. How about you just quick teach me how to do that? I'll teach you how to putt if you want to teach me how to throw 530. Deal? I really want to throw far. I'm so weak. Quick shout out, and I'm sure most of you guys have already seen it, commented, but if you haven't seen it, and as you've noticed with this live stream, I am now at the first level of monetization. I am able to accept donations, super chats from you guys during the live stream. And a couple of you have already given. Thank you, all of you, for giving to me. Really appreciate it. And to celebrate that, we've got ourselves 3 giveaway discs. So all of these giveaway discs are up for grabs. I have a video called giveaway discs or whatever. Disc giveaway, I think is what it's called, from just last week. Giveaway ends in a week. And then next Sunday during the live stream, I'll announce the winners. So yeah, get yourself entered to potentially win one of the giveaway discs by watching that short video. It's not a YouTube short. It's just like a 3-minute video. It's a short video. But yeah, these are potentially up for grabs. So get yourself entered for a chance to win. Also, Tim Wright has not responded, so we might have 4 discs in the giveaway. But you guys got a week to get entered, so don't forget. Will Palm, 530 is not bad, I guess. Jake, I have a G-Star Archon, but it's pretty stable for me. 530. How big was the mountain? Will Palm, it was 530 uphill. Good night. Yeah, I'm guessing it was hole 18 at Northside, Blaze, that you threw that 530. Blaze says, listen, Brad, I showed you the grip. Also, I switched to 2024 Moondust Fireflies, and my putting is on. So now it's just way better than me, and there's nothing I can teach him. Well, I'm not depressed, but I'm sad. Garrett's giving me some tips. That's great. Brent, can you throw 530 in the woods? Yep, Garrett Girthy. with the bombs. Garrett just throws disgustingly far. It's just insane. It's mind-boggling. Yeah, just so far. So far. Yeah, I don't know, Blaze. I just don't believe that the power grip makes that much difference. Yep. I'm not a believer in the power grip. I think you can fan grip everything. Yep. So I'm curious because you guys have asked me, and a lot of newer people to the stream will comment, what's your favorite disc? So I'm curious, what are your guys' favorite discs? I guess we can include putters, but let's say let's say you can say your putting putter separately, but like your favorite throwing disc. Yeah, I'll put that little caveat on there. Favorite throwing disc. Will says, what is the grip? So if we're talking about my so my grip is fan grip. So this is how I throw. Blaze is for some reason telling me that you have to power grip to throw really far. I don't know if I believe that. And I probably have a bad power grip. Like it's probably, I don't know. Maybe 3-fingered is the way to go with the pinky off. But Blaze tried to convince me to go to power grip, and I said, nah, doesn't work. Fake this. Brent, the insane pinky only grip. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. How about pinky only grip with a Makani? PDGA approved Makani. This thing is pretty interesting. Pinky only. I could see that working. Probably work. Luke says hashtag fan grip club. It's a good club. A lot of very reasonable people in the fan grip club. Will, Star Destroyer or Luna? Yeah, Star Destroyer or Luna. Oh wow. Chat. Blaze, it's modified power grip. Pointer and middle finger is power grip, and other two are stack grip. This forces your thumb to dig into the disc so it always snaps out of the hand. Sheesh. Pointer and middle finger are power grip, and the other two are stack grip. I don't even know what that means. So like, this hurts my hand. So like, split like this? I don't know. Blaze, is this right? Probably not. Oh yeah, Will says you know your spin numbers. Yeah, Blaze's spin rate is insanely high. Jake, my favorite throwers are D4, D3, F5, M4, and PA4. Man, he lists them all off. And I have seen Jake throw the F5, M4, and PA4 super well in the Charlotte Woods, and a couple of great shots with the D3 and D4 that I'm thinking of, but I'm a little bit less familiar with those discs. Lately in the Charlotte Woods, we've been playing more of the mid-range courses a little bit. Todd, Latitude 64, Fury and Maul by far. T-Bird 2. Oh, by far. I get it. It took me a second. Sorry. I'm like, I've never heard of far. The Fury and the Maul and the T-Bird. Nice. Will does a 3-finger power grip, but fan grip putters and mids. I've heard a lot of people have success with that. Putters and mids with the fan grip. Yeah. Ellis, it's very impressive how I can throw a 9 Star Destroyer 240 feet. Hey, not everybody can. Not everybody can. One of my proudest moments in a casual disc golf round was throwing an air shot with a 142 gram DX Rolo and parking it for the birdie. Did I say it was 220 feet? I don't think I said that. Brent, Destroyer, Rock 3, Comet A2, and P2. Nice. Jotham Skeen, like and subscribe. I hope that everyone does. Blaze, no, I have a friend with a tech disc. I'll ask to use it. I'm curious. I've used one before, but only looked at the speed. 67 miles per hour a year ago. And yes, Brad, that was almost perfect. Okay, almost perfect. So probably terrible. Will says, Brad, do you know your tech disc stats? Good question. I only threw a handful of times, but I was throwing only like 58, 59 miles per hour and only like 1,100 spin. So not super impressive. My disc golf comes in with consistency and accuracy, not distance. And putting. I can putt. Jake says, dude, I birdied so many holes at Nevin today with a D3 and D4. Your memory is like Tyler's putting. Really bad, huh? So is the D3 the light green one? Or is that the D4? He's making fun of me, but I just don't remember. I don't remember which disc is which based on its appearance. And he doesn't like tell me, hey, I'm throwing my D3 in this hole. Sometimes I ask him, sometimes I see it, but with Prodigy, they're all just a number and a letter, and I don't pay attention. Alice, I have a 139 gram destroyer that doesn't turn. It's crazy. That sounds pretty fun. That sounds fun. Excuse me. Okay. With a slightly ragged voice. Another question for you guys. Oh, gosh. Blaze says, I just want Brad's jump putt, the greatest around. In Florida, that was in Gainesville. I had a pretty dominant jump putt. Brent says Jake's jump putt is better. Got him. I think some days Jake's jump putt is better. Some days. Oh, the D3 is peach and the D4 is light blue. So that's why I didn't see you throwing the D3, Jake. It was blending into the leaves all day. But I do remember the D4 on several shots. That worked out really well. Okay, so interesting side question for you guys. I asked this last week at the very end of my stream. Would you care or be interested at all if I did something called Birdietime Gaming and streamed playing a video game? Would that be totally uninteresting because you just like disc golf and only want to see like disc golf related content? Or would, playing a video game be of some interest to you? I am thinking of like single player RPG style, like story campaign, etc. games, not Fortnite or Rainbow Six Siege or anything that's PvP. I don't think that the internet would like me streaming a competitive online shooter at the same time as playing it. So, and I am not talking Disc Golf Valley. Good question. All right. I lost a little bit. Oh no, did we lag? Okay. I've got the like loading wheel. I don't know if the live stream dropped, so I'm going to keep talking. But I'm unsure if we are good on the stream or if we're having technical difficulties right now. So really quick, chat if the stream dropped. I'm going to try to reload this and see. Chat's not scrolling at the moment. So it could be just my laptop right now, but the stream might be telling me that it's just kaput. So I'm going to take a second to check this out. So if I'm walking behind the camera, my bad. I do not know if we are still good with the live stream or not. Let me see. Hopefully we are good. I'm just not sure. So bear with me, trying to investigate. Okay. It looks like we're good. Okay, everyone says we're fine. All right, all right, all right. Good, good, good. So that was all on my end. I don't know what happened, but I've got everything back as normal, and I'm glad that I didn't go anywhere, but sorry that I didn't know what I was doing. As we established, I have no idea what I'm doing. Jake says, Brent, you're just trying to trigger him at this point. Not in the last month for sure. Jake has struggled with the longer jump putts compared to times past. But I'll shout out that when Jake and I placed fifth at USDGC doubles, we both hit some really nice jump putts throughout the 3 rounds that we played together. And Jake had a sweet drive, and I hit a 70-footer for eagle. And the third day, Jake hit like an 88-foot putt to keep us on track for top 5 going down the stretch. So we both have some pretty good long putting. Some days. Whale Paul, my speed is like 60 miles per hour, but my spin is what gets me distance. Does your spin like 1400 or something like that? Brent, this is true this time. I mean, when you're switching putters, it makes sense. We'll see, Brent. You haven't seen me jump putting enough. I've been off with my putting recently. We'll see. I'll put it this way. Jake and I, when we compete against each other, we often will have similar C2 putting of like 30 to 50 to 60%. But it just depends on the day. Alice, I'd probably subscribe if I do Birdie Time Gaming. Will, I would watch you play a game. Nice. Todd, I was wondering if you made any decisions regarding gaming yet. I have not decided anything definitively. I just started the channel, but I haven't streamed anything. I haven't done anything like that. Chase, you're here. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining. Not too late. We're still hanging out. Blaze, as long as you're streaming Clash of Clans. Brent, if you do, you may as well dual stream on Twitch. I have thought about that as well, using Restream or something to stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Yeah. Will, yes, do Disc Golf Valley. I'm interested to a small degree in Disc Golf Valley, but I'm really kind of leaning towards something that's kind of like story focused, RPG, kind of create your own adventure style, go out into the open world and kill stuff. Yeah. Ellis's Raid Shadow Legends, which hilariously, I was a clan leader in Raid for 3 years. So I actually would make a pretty decent Raid Shadow Legends streamer because I would actually know what I was talking about. I built teams. I beat the Doom Tower. All 3 rotations of the Doom Tower I beat on the Nightmare difficulty. So I could do Raid. Chase, I'm sure you've been going for multiple hours now. Sorry, I'm late. I had youth group. Totally understand. Glad you could make it. And I knew that there was the chance of having like Sunday night interfere. Actually, that's why I did 6:30 for starting my stream, because I would have done like 5:30 or something like that. But I figured if I do 5:30, anyone who's going to church on Sunday night is like leaving the house at 5:30 and then getting back at like 7:30. So I figured if I did like 6:30, it would leave a little bit more time. And I'm glad you made it after youth group. How was youth group? Hopefully fun. Goat Simulator, actually a hilarious game. Really funny and pretty fun to play. Brent, who knew this guy was a gamer? I did. I'm not that good. Well, depends on the game. Chase, good for me. Also, congrats. I see Super Chat enabled. Yes, Super Chat is enabled. And shout out to everyone who gave me a couple of donations. Really appreciate you guys. Really supportive and encouraging. And eventually will help me get to Amateur Worlds this year. Luke, he just isn't good. He just isn't good. Good at what? A gamer? Oh. Yeah, you can say that if you want, Luke, but just remember when Sam and I took down you and Devin in Siege 2v2. Wasn't that long ago. And we destroyed you. Brent, Luke, that adds fuel to the fire for me. Dave Whitney, Golf Colorado. Is that like asking if I've played disc golf in Colorado? Ellis, who is the best player? Who is the best player you've played around with? If you're asking me, the best player that I've played around with, probably was Paul Ulibarri as far as like the highest rated, long term, like great, great disc golfers would be Uli. Yeah, I'm sure I've played someone who's like currently playing better than Uli, but they haven't gotten their rating up above Uli's yet. Uh, oh, Will says yes, got to play around with Gavin and Marwy. They are so good. So I think I probably missed that question about him playing. But yeah, Gavin and Marwy, Andrew Marwy, that's super cool. That's really cool. Oh, a practice round. That's really awesome. Yeah, congrats, dude. That's great. Alice, this guy, Shadow Legends. Yeah, yeah. I mean, to be fair, um, Raid is a pretty fun game if you're okay with like fine tuning your teams and grinding for 3 years. Yeah. V says, "Hi, bro. Welcome to the stream, dude. Thanks for joining us. We're hanging out, having a good time, chatting, relaxing, and hopefully not crashing the stream like I thought we were. Thankfully, we're good, even though I had no idea if I was live still or not. So I just talked to myself for a few minutes. Turned out all of you were still listening." Chase says, "Dang, that's actually so thoughtful. It was great. Awesome time like always." Heck yeah, dude. That's good. I'm glad. Youth group is supposed to be a great time for learning, but it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be a good social environment. And honestly, I think if your church experience doesn't include building relationships, then it will be much tougher long term for your faith because it's better when you have the encouragement and the benefit of having other believers with you. Um, Going it alone is no fun. Todd, your positive vibes have ended up making a really nice group of disc golfers to vibe with on live streams. Heck yeah. I mean, we've gotten a lot of cool people in here today joining and hanging out. And it was really fun to get a few new ones. And we're really creating a community here. Uh, Darius says you need some African black soap for your eczema. If I had eczema, maybe I would. Will, I was answering Blaze. Yes. Jake says you played in a tournament with Alden and Isaac. That is true. That is true. I've played in tournaments with Garrett Gerthy, Thomas Gilbert, some very talented people, but not on a card with them. So I limited it. I limited my question to my answer to who I've played on a card with. But yeah, in a tournament, I have played with a lot of pretty talented people. Clay Edwards. Um, yeah, yeah, that's true. V says, "Where are you from, bro?" So I am in Charlotte, the Charlotte area in North Carolina. But I am from Michigan, grew up in Michigan, moved to Florida for a couple of years, and now I'm here in North Carolina, which is the perfect place for playing disc golf all the time. So Charlotte, so many great courses, so many good, like challenging disc golf experiences in this area. Excuse me. Just today, I was able to play at Nevin Park, where they played the Pro Tour Championship, and it was only like a half hour away. So, really cool area. Oh, thank you, Jake. You're right. I have played with Brent Prudich. I forgot. I played with Brent. So yeah, add that name to the tippy top there, real quick. Uh, Alice, have you tried the uplink? I do have an uplink. Maybe. Nope, not that. this might be an uplink. It might not be. I can't find it. Nope, that's a what. Okay, I don't know. I think I've thrown an uplink. Oh, I borrowed an uplink. It was very flippy, and I liked it, but it wasn't what I needed. What did I want instead of that uplink? I'm trying to remember. I think I just got another echo. V says, I've never played golf. So if you haven't played disc golf, yeah, it's just it's fun. It's one of the cheapest sports to try out, because if you happen to know someone who plays, you can borrow a couple of discs. But even if you buy discs for yourself, you can get three discs, a starter set for like $25, and almost every disc golf course is free to play. Local courses at your local parks, probably good shot that you've got a free to play disc golf course or two in your area, depending on where you're from. Especially in the United States, there are a lot of disc golf courses throughout the United States. And just to try it out as a sport, it's pretty cheap. If you really get into it, you can spend a little more money, but a lot of these are also from tournaments I play competitively. So I have a lot more money into tournaments, and I get free discs from them instead of me just like buying discs all the time. But it's a fun sport. Oh, India. Okay, so you're interested in playing cricket. Nice. So yeah, cricket's got to be like, it's got to be the biggest sport in your country. I'm assuming, like by far. Um, it's my understanding of cricket in India is that it's like top notch. But that's cool. I have never played cricket myself. Alice, I have heard you answer where you're from so many times now that someone asks me where I'm from, I say Charlotte, North Carolina. That's good. Yeah, I have answered it like 5 times today, which I don't mind. I'm totally fine uh, answering kind of the common questions over and over again. Doesn't bother me at all. But yeah, you guys are hearing it a lot. Brent says that I've also played with the true GOAT, Jacob Hendrick. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Ben Palm says, hi guys, welcome to the chat, Ben. Glad you're here. Thanks for joining us. We're hanging out, having a good time, just chilling. Todd says, India, Paul Macbeth Foundation incoming. Yeah, Paul Macbeth Foundation is doing a lot of like building courses in other countries. India, oh, Alice says India only has one disc golf course. That's rough. Alice coming in with the research. Thank you. Appreciate that. Man, that is tough, man. That's tough. Yeah. Well, V, maybe you can go to your one disc golf course and give it a try. That'd be pretty cool. But if you're playing cricket and busy, I understand. Ooh, great question. Would you ever, Gabriel Smith says, welcome by the way, Gabriel. Glad you joined us. Would you ever host your own disc golf tournament? Your subscribers come and play, and the top 3 winners get to play you. That would be pretty fun. That would be pretty fun. Yeah. So I have thought about, I don't know that I'm in a position to like host a tournament, but I have thought about having like, uh, they do like fundraiser tournaments. I would be interested in like Amateur Worlds fundraiser tournament or something like that. It's crossed my mind. I don't have plans to do any of that. Um, Upside to doing something with subscribers is it would be a lot of fun. That would be an absolute blast. I would love that. Downside is a lot of these subscribers are just all across the country. And I mean, with the live streaming, especially like across the world, I mean, it would be really cool if I guess maybe I get to a point where I would have enough subscribers locally to, actually get people to attend the tournament. Um, so I think that's a long-term idea that I'm very interested in. I would really love to do an activity like that. But yeah, maybe we'll get to the point where I can host some type of event, maybe not a tournament, but some type of like get together where I'm gonna be at a course during a certain time, and anyone who shows up, we can just play the round or divvy up cards and do something casual. So I'm very interested in that. As far as like a PDJ sanctioned tournament, I'll see about that eventually. but I think it's pretty likely we could just do like a hangout. Would be very cool. Luke says like what Foundation Disc Golf did. Yeah, that I know that they have organized events like that, and they have the subscriber base to kind of make that happen. Chase, thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Heck yeah, dude. I appreciate the support. All of you are great. All of you are so supportive of me, and just joining my live stream has just been such an encouragement. It's been so fun hanging out. And Chase, I mean, you've supported me for a long time, and I really appreciate it. And you say that, it's not much, but I mean, come on. I really appreciate it. Really, seriously. Thank you. Thank you. Chase says, okay, I know it's not much, but I've never done this before, and I'm happy to be able to do it the first time. So here you go, Mr. Hendrick. You deserve it. Congrats. Thank you so much, man. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. That's so great. You guys are all great, but Chase is better than all of you. Alice says, I want to go to the USA for a disc golf holiday and play the courses there. Yeah. The problem is there's too much choice. A friend I met on the course did it and said it was amazing. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, there are too many choices, and the United States is huge. Huge compared to the majority of European countries. Just, it's a massive country. But yeah, there are some next level courses that can make your list, and depending on where you fly into and try to stay, you can hit a couple of really high level disc golf courses. So that would be really cool if you were able to do that. That would be awesome. Gabe says maybe do an East Coast and a Midwest and a West Coast, and those winners could play you. Dude, that would be so sick. That's definitely an organizational level that's above where I am now. But I absolutely would love to do that. If I could get to the point where YouTube, my income from YouTube is enough to travel and do events like that, that is the dream. Like, I would love that. Absolutely love that. That would be super cool. Lloyd says, what's the square footage of your house? So I just moved. My house was 1,600 square feet. It was nice. It was great. And now I am not in my house. So I've probably got like I don't know, 400, 350 square foot bedroom. I don't know. Mental math. Not sure. Will Palm, if you could take a skill from one player, who and what would it be? Ooh. So that's a really great question. I like my putting. I like my accuracy. I like my consistency. So I think I would have to take some type of distance from someone. Like, I'd have to, but I wouldn't want it to be wild distance. So I'm thinking like a Gannon forehand or something crazy. Like, I have no forehand. It's okay. So maybe like a Gannon forehand. Or maybe like a Calvin distance, because he's got excellent backhand distance. And I love the flip up shots with his eagles. And then he also has good forehand. It would have to be distance. And I would lean towards someone like Calvin, who has just through the roof park percentage, or Gannon, who just has anything you could ask for in a disc golfer. So probably Calvin's distance. Yeah. With the amount of control he has. Yeah. Brent, Foundation has a lot of fun. Would love to see if you can grow like them, and it would be awesome. Yeah, I would love that. Oh, Todd says all Brad subscribers are officially invited to the 3rd annual TDG Invitational. Blaze says after all the discs in his house, about 100 square feet is left. Yeah, probably, pretty much. Jotham says like and subscribe again. Thank you. Anybody who hasn't is now reminded, I guess, to like and subscribe. I'm not saying it. Jotham's saying it. Ben, does Paul Macbeth play cricket? Paul Macbeth does not play cricket. Paul Macbeth plays disc golf, and he is the modern GOAT of disc golf. I don't know if he plays any cricket at all. Let me see. Does Paul Macbeth play cricket? No. Nope, don't see any cricket. It's not in his resume. Hello, Blaze. Ella says it's absolutely crazy. Texas itself is 3 times larger than the United Kingdom. Yeah. It's yeah. It's wild. It's strange because when you're in your country and you're used to your country, you don't necessarily think of another country as wildly different in size. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I have driven from Florida to Michigan. Uh, it's over 1,000 miles, and it's a 17-hour car drive, and it's just me going north, and it's on a highway. It's not like country roads, back roads. No, it's just like woof, highway. It's wild. Xerxes, why did Richtofen need to build the Gerst device? Because it helped him get more Taco Bell. Good question. How far are you from Winthrop? Winthrop is about 45 minutes away, so not too far. Rock Hill is just a little bit south, like maybe an hour with traffic. So like 45 to an hour, depending on the time of day. So we've pretty much just gone there for practice and then USDGC doubles and then the USDGC as well. So not a course that they have like fully set up, so it's tough to like just go there for the fun of the course when they don't have the hay bales out and they don't have some of the whole maybe baskets set up properly. Um, but yeah, it would be a really cool place to practice if I had like another 50 feet of distance. But yeah, it's more of a doubles course for me. Yeah, Blaze says, Alice, you want to hear something funny? We drive 3 hours away just for the heck of it sometimes. In the UK, it is cheaper to flight to the other side of the country than it is to a train. Wow. Todd, that's like us in California. Making it from Mexican border to Oregon border is a 2-day affair. Yeah. That's a long way. Blaze says he likes the buildings in UK more. Finley says, can I be a mod? So I'm just putting mods. I'm just making mods people who are known to me for a long time. So if you want to kind of be a mod, then you've got to stick around and chat for a few weeks in a row and kind of prove yourself trustworthy. So mods are not freely given out. Sorry. Dustin says, you look like you grew up with your mom and dad together. I did. Yeah. My parents are really fantastic. Shout out, they made me, so pretty high accomplishments in their life. Really proud of them. Let's just say I'm the youngest of 3 and don't have any younger siblings because there's nothing else that my parents could ask for. Just a joke, by the way. Just kidding. Danny says, played any courses in Illinois? I have not. I grew up in Michigan and I wasn't playing much in Michigan, but did play kind of close to the Illinois border, but not not to the Illinois border. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I have played a course in Illinois. I was near Chicago in Algonquin, and I played a course. I almost forgot. Yeah, it was my buddy's. My buddy was getting married, and he had like a bachelor party thing. And the guys all played a round of disc golf. So yeah, I have played in Illinois. Yeah, I can't believe I almost forgot that. Yeah. Otherwise, I mostly play in Michigan as far as like that northern part of the country. But yeah, I did play in Illinois. Ellis, can I super chat you 1,000 for mod privileges? Yes. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Todd says sold to Ellis. Chase says, haha, me too. I'm the youngest of 3. Yeah. I mean, when you get to when you have an oldest and you're like, woof, and then a middle child, you're like, oh, and then you get just right, like Goldilocks, it's like, okay, we're good now. All right, I've got like, ooh, is this? Oh, we're going strong tonight. I've got like 15 more minutes in me. It's about all I can do. About 15 minutes. I'm getting a little bit tired out, but I'm having a great time. It's been really great. Danny, favorite course in Michigan that isn't on the Pro Tour? Good question. I would say I liked Birchfield and or I guess that's the tournament, Birchfield and Bloom. Birchfield Park has two good courses, number two in Michigan, um, Renegades Trail, and then the Rivers Edge. I liked both of them. I actually liked Rivers Edge a little bit more because I like the gap hitting woods golf. The mosquitoes were terrible though. So I would say, yeah, probably the Birchfield Park. Um, and yeah, I mean number two in Michigan for a good reason. Renegades Trail, it's pretty good. It's just a little more. It's a little open, and I tend not to like open artificial OB. I tend to like more um, trees, water, a little bit of OB here and there, and maybe OB on the sides. But I want kind of natural punishment more so than OB in on an average case. I'm not saying there's no need for OB. Uh, Alice, if you could be sponsored by one disc golf team, who would it be? Good question. I'm probably gonna have to say Latitude, especially with Isaac there. They never, pick me up, but Latitude would be sweet. I love the Royal Grand Plastic. I think I would be a really good asset for the team, and as far as loving their discs. But yeah, Discmania would be really nice. I throw a couple Discmania, and I like their plastics a lot, especially the I blend plastic. I think no, the S blend plastic. Yes, and I did really well with the P2. Yep, Ellis got the mod. Yeah, he sent me the 1,000 already. It just didn't come across because it was too much for YouTube. Uh, Will, are the he's outing himself. Are the Climo discs good? Haven't seen your video. Of course you. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, I liked them for amateurs. I thought they were all more the mid, the Bel Air, and the Skyway, the driver. I thought were flippier than their numbers, and therefore I like them for amateur players. So I thought that was to their benefit for the average intermediate, MA3, MA2, MA1, lower MA1 player, is that they actually threw pretty easy. Um, I like the Skyway. I could throw that. I could see that flight making the bag for sure. And the plastic felt good. Blaze, shout out. Blaze gave me those Climo discs. Thank you, Blaze. Really appreciate it. Um, so they threw pretty well. The Bel Air was less overstable than I thought it would be because I was comparing it to my Mint Taco, which is also a 0-2 instability, and the Bel Air was not that stable, but it was still gonna fade. Um, yeah, and you'll see it in the video. Spoiler alert: when you do give it a look, I put it really well with the Champ. It was like shockingly useful on the putting green. I hit several circle two putts, like kind of surprised. But yeah, actually pretty decent. Uh, Chase says, and you can bet your bottom dollar I'm going to brag that I was your first donation when you're famous. Yes, you can. You can brag it. I got a couple donations before you logged on. Sorry, but you can still tell people that you were first. It still counts because it's the first stream that you all donated in. I'll retroactively count your donation first. Blaze, gotta sleep. Have a good night. Blaze, thank you for joining. Get some sleep. He's a working man. He's got to hit the road tomorrow. Ellis, mine would be MVP. I think 70% of my bag is MVP. Nice, nice. Will says, haven't watched all your videos. Give me a break. That's okay. I don't know if I've watched all my videos. Actually, I have. I've watched every single one of my videos. I got to get my watch time up somehow. I actually don't think that YouTube monetizes your own watch time because they know your IP address. And I was reading through the monetization policies, and they basically say like we don't count your IP address for like earned income from watch time. So that sucks. Yeah, Ellis MVP, that's really great. 70% of your bag. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think MVP is good. I mean, every MVP disc that I've thrown, I've like thrown it and I'm like, I get it. I get why people like it. I bagged the Octane for a while. I don't know where my discs are. I have too many stacks of them. I like the Relativity. Relativity, 14 speed, but still like flies pretty well. Good disc. And yeah, I've enjoyed the like MVP circuit challenges and stuff like that. So I like it. They make good discs. The Trail is in the bag. Great disc. Yeah, MVP is a good one. I think they're a fun company too. Luke, honestly, a company like Infinite Disc would be nice for the ability to not stick to just one brand. Yeah, definitely. Infinite is the way to go for throwing anything. Open bag, it's great. I can't imagine being paid to throw an open bag. That would be unbelievable. But I think my hopes lie more in kind of a like partnership more than a like monetary sponsorship to get paid because I mean unless my distance changes, I'm not going to be competing at the top level of MPO. I'm going to be competing at a lower level in MPO, which I'm fine with. You know, if that's my ceiling, you know, with my body type and my skill level, you know, that's whatever. Always trying to get better, of course. But yeah, I think it's going to be more of the YouTube side of things where I get discs for free for doing disc reviews and stuff like that. I think is more in my favor with the YouTube momentum that we have going. Yeah, Luke says, heck no, I was the first. Come on, man. Luke was the first. It will it's the first stream. You can both brag about it. Yeah, Chase says, "Oh, haha, the more the merrier for sure. Congrats." Yeah, I'm pretty thrilled. I'm pretty happy. Ellis, yeah, infinite discs would be pretty cool. The problem is I would just drown in the choice of discs. Yeah, that's fair. It's interesting because the reason that I bag what I bag is because I've been able to throw those discs enough and say, "Ooh, I like this. I want this flight." If I had unlimited almost discs to pick from, I would never be able to find a disc and be like, "I'm gonna find this flight." I don't know. It seems like that would be so difficult to just wade through piles of discs and be like, maybe this one, maybe this one. I don't know, but it would be cool, and I could do a lot of disc reviews if I was sponsored by Infinite Discs. Put it that way. Yep, Chase says, Luke, we can both brag about it. Oh, this is good. Good question. Luke says, can you talk about the benefits of being on Team Chain Reactions? Great question. So, Chain Reactions, I have the middle sponsorship of 3 levels. I don't remember the lowest level, but my level, the Catalyst level, I got a free shirt and sweatshirt. And I have a discounted tournament entry every month. So I believe Nolan runs his tournaments at like $26 for a tournament. And I get my first of the month for $11, so discounted. And he runs 2 tournaments a month basically for the whole year. So over the course of the year, $15 a month for 10 months would be $150. So 150, $180, like whatever that ends up coming out to, that I'm basically just not having to pay. So that's super helpful. It helps me play more tournaments. And the highest level, which left hand backhand has, my brother, that's the sweet spot because they get 1 free tournament per month. And then every other tournament is that $11 discounted rate. So I pay 11 for my first tournament, 26 for my second, $37. My brother pays 0 and 11. So he's saving $25 more than me every month. So that's the kind of big benefit directly that I get. But also having a kind of connection to Nolan is really good. because he'll get new discs in, and I'd like to actually talk to him about this. I want to like be on his radar when a new disc comes in because I'd love for him to grab one for me and meet him and get it immediately so I can do a disc review like ASAP, um, so that I can have that review out by the day the disc is sold publicly. But overall, just kind of having the access to the tournaments more easily, having that relationship with Nolan, who's running the events, and like it's just kind of just broadly beneficial for my experience in the local disc golf community. But yeah, that's how it works for my specific sponsorship level with Chain Reactions. Is that right now it's discounted tournaments, and they're tournaments that I'll be playing anyway because Nolan runs really good events. So good question. Uh, Brent says Luke pulling out his list again. Yeah, Luke's on it, man, and you got to give him credit. He asks good questions too. Ellis, sometimes too much choice is a bad thing. Yes, very true. Too much choice can be a bad thing. Yep, that's totally fair. It can just be overwhelming, which is why I stick with the beefy 5-layer at Taco Bell. Todd, LOL the list. Luke says, "Well, I save them to keep the stream going." I mean, that's so good. Luke here is like 5 minutes into the stream. He thinks of a good question, and he doesn't just like type it out. He writes it down, and then 3 hours later, he's like, "All right, it looks like everybody's been asking their questions. I'm gonna ask my question," and it's at the perfect time to keep things rolling. Like he's a genius, and there's no wonder that Luke's a mod. You guys, if you don't have mod status, print. Think about what Luke's doing. Ellis, all this disc talk is making me want to play again. Sorry, man. I wish you could play. I really wish you could play. I wish you could just teleport over to the States. We get a round in, send you back. I mean, that'd be great. Brent says, "Bro, I need a list now." Yeah, you do. What do you get from Chick-fil-A? I just get the original chicken sandwich because the menu is overwhelming and it's hard to choose something. And I like the chicken sandwich with Chick-fil-A sauce. It tastes good. Also, chocolate milkshake. Pretty good. Pretty good. Chase says, "Not the Taco Bell chirp. Sorry, I can't. LOL. Sorry." It's kind of yeah. Funny enough, I talk about Taco Bell a lot because I think it's funny and I like their food, but I don't actually eat there very much. I have Taco Bell maybe once a month. I haven't had it yet this year. Maybe I had it once. I'm trying to remember. I don't think I've had Taco Bell yet this year. If I have, it was once in January when I was traveling down to Florida to try to get some stuff fixed up at the house for it to sell. But yeah, not. It's kind of funny. I don't eat there all the time, despite what people think. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights says, "Yo, welcome, Daniel. Thanks for checking in with us and hanging out for a little bit. Glad you're here. We're having a good time talking about disc golf and Taco Bell and Chick-fil-A." Brent says, "Wow." Vadimic says, "Hello, bro. How are you?" Gosh, I can't read. How are you? Doing good. Doing good. Just hanging out, chatting disc golf. I played a round of disc golf today and played pretty well. Had a good round. Yeah. Are you a disc golfer or are you just checking into the live stream to hang out? Glad you're here. Brent, if you were forced to play one course for the rest of your life, what course would it be? Oh man, he's asking Luke questions now. Wow, Brent's really putting in the effort. Let me see. Good question. Good question. One course. So I think, it's a stumper because I'm tempted to say something like Maple Hill because there are so many layout options. There are so many ways to play the course, and you have big open bombs. You have downhill. You have wooded. You have water carries. Excuse me. Um, yeah, I'm leaning towards something like a Maple Hill because you have such a variety to the course that it's not like just playing one course. It's playing like 4 different layouts. Um, yeah, Maple Hill, probably Maple Hill. If I had to pick something in Charlotte, I would probably pick Eastway. Yeah. Ellis, if I lived in America, I would be so fat. Uh, from someone who lives in America, yeah, you probably would be. Um, it's kind of bad. Yeah, it's kind of bad. Luke, don't worry, you have a free Taco Bell card on me. Luke and I made a bet. He had a tournament, and at the time, I think there were 6 people signed up in his division. So he made the mistake of betting me that he would get top 3, not top 50%. I said, deal. And then I said, I hope a bunch of people sign up for your tournament. So he had like 15 people in his field, and he didn't manage top 3. So I got free Taco Bell gift card or free Taco Bell. Did we say gift card or did we say like I don't remember what we said exactly. I have it typed up. But yeah, Taco Bell on Luke. Austin Garner, guys, now Chick-fil-A menu overwhelming. Hey, now this is on me. There's just a lot. Thai fan says, "Good morning from Philippines. Are those plates behind you?" Good question. Welcome from the Philippines. These are disc golf discs, so they are similar to a frisbee, but a frisbee is a pretty like big, chunky. This is an ultimate frisbee disc. The disc is designed to fly further and faster than an ultimate frisbee disc, and every mold of disc will fly a little bit differently. So when I throw this disc, this will go about 350 feet straight, and then it'll go left at the end. But if I throw this disc, it's going about 290 feet, and it's going really far right because they're going to fly differently. And then we have mid ranges and putters, and the way that they're designed is pretty much faster, longer distance throws, middle range throws, and then putters are for shorter throws or putting into a disc golf basket. So it's a variation on the sport of golf using discs. So yeah, great question. Also, these make great coasters if you want to put your coffee on them. Have done that. Have not eaten out of a disc, but I have used it as a coaster. But it wasn't any of these. It was here we go. These are my 2 favorite coaster discs because they're crap. Total crap. Luke, I took 7th, kind of close. Yeah, I mean you played well, Luke. And if you had bet me top 50%, then I would owe you Taco Bell. You just said top 3, so that's why I won. Brent, if you were forced to play a single hole in disc golf to birdie or lose in Charlotte, what hole do you see as a guarantee? If you're forced to play a single hole to birdie or lose, Luke says, hey, you're trying too hard. Brent's in the like if you're forced to play mindset, so he's going through like, all right, if you're forced to play a course, if you're forced to play a hole, if you're forced to eat at Taco Bell, like he's going through those. But it's okay, he's got them lined up. He's working on them. So if I was forced to play a single hole or lose, what do you see as a guarantee? I don't know. Can't be. Oh, okay. I was wondering. Uh, I can't be Blair Mill or Bailey Road or Eager Beaver. All right, so that's totally fair. Um, Also, Sully jumped in and says, "Hi, my name is Sullivan. Please don't make fun of my name. If you do, I will cry." Sullivan Tipton is one of the best forehand throwers in disc golf. I have nothing but respect for the name Sullivan. Do you play disc golf, or are you just here to chat? Let me see. Brent. I don't know. That's a great question. I haven't really thought about it. I have to think of a specific hole. Like I have to think of like every hole at Scrapyard, every hole at Eastway, every hole at Navin, every hole at Hornet's Nest. Uh, man, I don't know. I can't think of a hole right now. So I'll say, what's that hole that I've been getting? So I've been getting 11, no, 12 at Scrapyard. I've been getting hole 12. So it's a bad answer, but hole 12 at Scrapyard. Brent says, Luke, don't worry, dude, let me beat him. Don't worry, dude, let me beat him by like 10 strokes in our last tournament together. Uh, he can't give you a hard time if he's going to throw discs like that. Oh gosh, I'm playing better now. It was a bad month. Brent, oh, I read that already. Camden says hello. Hello, Camden. Thanks for joining us. We're hanging out, chatting a little bit of disc golf. I am getting pretty tired, so I will be hopping off in a few minutes, but glad you're here to join us for the last bit of the stream. Alice says Sullivan Tipton's forehand ace at the USDGC was disgusting. Yes, it was. And I watched him at Olympus last year at chess.com from like 290 feet, flipped up forehand through the woods, around the trees, and hit the band. Almost threw in. It was wild. He's insane. Chase says, hey, I got to go to bed. Have a good stream, y'all. See ya. Chase, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you, man. Glad that you fit some of the stream into your busy evening and joined us. And thanks again for the donation. Really appreciate you. Yeah, this is why I got to go to bed. I'm exhausted here. But yeah, have a good night, dude. See you soon. Alice says, oof. Giddy says, what are your thoughts on the fused buzz? Just got one and wondering your thoughts. The fused buzz, is that a plastic? Fused buzz. Oh, Alice, I'm going to go now too. It's 3 a.m. here. Oh my gosh, Alice, it's 3 a.m. Okay. Good night. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. I'm sorry it's so late. Wow. All right, peace out, dude. That's funny. Brent, did you really just say Idlewild 12? Yeah, but I meant, yeah, Idlewild 12, the tunnel shot. It's just an echo. You just flip up an echo. It's straight. Are you saying the buzz saw? The fused buzz. Oh, I see it. It is a buzz saw. It is a buzz saw. Yeah, but I see the fused buzz. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I don't know much about it. I don't. Oh, I was hoping my brother had a buzzsaw in here. He doesn't. I don't have a buzzsaw myself or the fused buzzsaw, so I really don't know enough to give you an opinion on it. But yeah, have you thrown it? I'm very interested to hear what it's like. Yeah. Alice, don't worry, my pattern is messed up. BG, are those records? These are disc golf discs. So disc golf discs are designed to throw further than a frisbee, and all of these fly a little bit differently from each other. So this one, when I throw it, it goes straight and then left. But one of these guys over here, when I throw it, it's going really fast to the right. So they have different like shot shapes. So like in golf, how you have different clubs to pick from to set your distance. Well, these have different flights to go different distance and also different left and right flight. And I have about 20 discs that I carry in a bag with me on the disc golf course when I am competing and I play in tournaments. So I enjoy kind of a competitive disc golf quite a bit. Giddy, haven't thrown it yet, but heard lots about it. Pretty excited. Yeah, it sounds, I mean, it looks like a pretty good disc. And I mean, people have been going crazy over the buzz saws, and obviously Buzz is a great disc. So yeah, hopefully it works out for you. Brent says that's 11. So I think you're right. Because 12 is a turnover. So 8 is across the water, 9 is across the water, 10, 11. Yeah, 11. Yep. 12 is the turnover shot. So, no. Yeah. Brent, I'll give you a better answer later. That hole is what comes to mind because I've been throwing it well, but it's probably a stupid hole because it's 300 feet tunnel shot. Like, it's less of a guarantee birdie. Yeah, that's why you're so lost. Yeah, because I said the wrong hole. I was wrong. My bad. Michael Brogans, have you played the course in Buffalo Springs? I probably have not. I don't know where Buffalo Springs is. In Texas? I have not played any disc golf in Texas yet, unfortunately. But I would love to. I would love to. Brent, when we played the tournament, you may have struggled on that hole. Yeah, I parked it 2 days ago, though, when I went 9 down. Uh, Brent, every disc golf round that you've seen me play, except for our 8 holes that we played together, has been bad. Yeah. Giddy, what is your tournament schedule looking like this year? So basically, I'm playing 1 or 2 like C tier tournaments locally in Charlotte, basically for the whole year. Then I have the Queen City Gambit next month in Charlotte. That's going to be Nevin, the Pro Tour Championship course, and Eastway. It's a B tier. Then I'm planning on U.S. Amateurs, which is going to be the Toboggan D-Glow course in Michigan in June. If my rating is still low enough, I would play the Charlotte Amateur Championship if it's a different weekends. But I'm assuming my rating will be over 970, so I probably can't play that. And then I'm planning on U.S. or Amateur Worlds in Missouri in August. After that, I'm hoping to do USDGC doubles with Brent or somebody that I find maybe just like hanging around the Walmart parking lot. Maybe I'll pick them as my doubles partner if they can throw kind of far. Um, that should be in early November, I think. And then I'm playing the Chain Hawk Open A tier in December, and maybe a tournament or two mixed in there. Not sure, but that's my rough tournament plan for the year. Good question. Brent says, "Don't forget USDGC dubs." I didn't forget. I don't forget. I don't forget. I don't forget anything. Uh, has been discs not frisbees. Yep, yep. Discs not frisbees. Yep. Ravens cards. I know you were testing out some putters, but are you still rolling with the Warden? Yep, I'm still rolling with the Warden. Warden is I'm all in on the Warden. I enjoyed the P2. I enjoyed the Champ, but I really just used those discs for my like disc testing videos when I did my Discmania box round and my Climo discs round, more so than seriously considering switching from the Wardens. So yeah, I'm pretty like Wardens all the way, putting well with them, really, really enjoying them. So yeah, still got the Wardens in the bag and impressed by the P2, but not uh, earth-shatteringly shocked and not switching to the P2. Yeah. Giddy says, "Good luck. Going to be doing some filming for events. Love watching your videos. I would love to film when possible. And U.S. amateurs, I should be able to get some of it filmed. My dad's going to be caddy for me at least one round and be able to film me. Tough part about the other rounds is I need somebody there who's not competing to film for me to get stuff on camera. And that's the tough part about getting tournament rounds filmed. So Chain Hawk Open, I think I can get that filmed again. Um, and yeah, but Amateur Worlds, I don't think I can get anyone to film it because I'll be traveling either by myself or with a couple of buddies, and they'll all be competing as well. So that's like, who do I hand the phone to? Is like that tough question. And I don't feel like I can set up a tripod behind us and like pick it up and set it down. I think I'd slow down the card in tournament. Um, yeah. So filming is kind of like if I've got somebody with me, I will ask them to film. But if I'm going it alone, I just can't get everything caught on camera. Yeah. Great question. I will hope to get some filmed for sure. Oh, Luke says I will film for you. Heck yeah. Luke can film for me when I'm in Michigan. Practice rounds, yes, I can tripod for practice rounds, and I will plan on getting some practice rounds filmed for some of the amateur worlds courses. Yeah. Brent says, "Wow, Walmart guy, that's crazy." And you can play 970, I think, as long as you don't accept cash. Well, I think the Charlotte Amateur Championship is only 970 and below for MA1 for the amateur part of it. Giddy, I'm telling him to, but he doesn't want, even though I feel like it'd be great content. Need somebody to hold the camera, man. Sangram, birdie time, what does this even mean? That's a great question. So a birdie in disc golf or golf is getting the hole completed in one stroke under par. So good thing. Birdie time, the BH is for my initials, Bradley Hendrick. So I put the H in there for birdie time. And I don't know if it's clever, but it's memorable. Yeah, almost 4 hours. I'm close, very close to calling it. But we've had a great stream. We've had a ton of chat today, and I'm having trouble. My voice is shot. I'm having trouble letting it go because it's been so great. Anna says hi. Thanks for joining us, Anna. Appreciate it. Or Anna, however you pronounce your name. Glad that you're joining us for a little bit. Thanks for hanging out. We're chilling, and I may do just 15 more minutes and call it at 4 hours. And I don't think I'm ever going to challenge 4 hours again. I'm not sure. It's a lot. It's a lot. Sangram, leave the tripods, take the Tide Pods. Please don't eat Tide Pods. Also, Tide Pods don't help me film. Brent, he needs to hire a film crew. We need more, what is that? Donos? I don't know what that means. Donations? Yes. If I fund Amateur Worlds, then my next donations will fund a film crew. Anna says, where are you from? I grew up in Michigan in the United States. I moved down to Florida, much warmer, much better, for 3 years. And just a month or two ago, I moved to Charlotte, North Carolina, where I am now. Giddy, thanks. Awesome. Thanks for doing the live stream. Signing off now. Excited to see what new content you've got coming. Thanks for jumping in. Really appreciate you. Yeah, hopefully some great content coming. One of my, I would say, best videos is going to be my Circle 2 putting video. It's going to be a few weeks, but it's on the content schedule, so it's coming up. Sniffles, I love disc golf, bro, but I'm kind of bad. That is all good. We all love disc golf. It's great. And yeah, some of us are good, like Brent. Some of us are bad, like Luke. No, I'm just kidding. Luke's great. Like some days I feel really bad. But yeah, we just love the sport and we share that together. We don't all have to be at the same competitive level. And obviously I take competing pretty seriously and I play in a lot of tournaments. But you know, I know people who just kind of play with their homemade basket in the backyard and almost never even get to play a full course, but they love the sport. Wait, how do you know about the 970 thing? Was that last year? Jake told me, so I assume it's true. Sandgrim, do you have those frisbees stacked on your backgrounds? These are all discs. So these are disc golf discs. So not frisbees, technically. These are actually, this is a frisbee. And these disc golf discs are designed to fly further and faster than a frisbee is able to. Because this doesn't go through the air very fast, but this zips through the air pretty quick. We have, can I have a glass of water? No, but I can have a glass of water. My voice is absolutely shot. Anna says, my uncle is from Michigan. Cool. So I grew up in Jackson, Michigan. and went to went to college in Grand Rapids. So lower Michigan, mostly where I've been. I've traveled around Mackinac City, Detroit, Farmington Hills, Kalamazoo, Grand Haven, Saginaw. Yeah, been kind of all around the Lower Peninsula, and then I've gone all the way up to Copper Harbor in the Upper Peninsula. Very, very north. I like Michigan as a state. It's beautiful. It's great for 7 months of the year, and then for 5 months it is cold and awful. Uh, sorry, sorry, tub of blue paint. Hopefully you can get some water from somebody else. But thanks for joining the live stream and chatting. We're having a good time, but we are wrapping up. I'm getting tired out. Nathan Beasley came second in my second mixed tournament today. Last time I did the same mini in November and came in last. In November, 16 plus. Today, 1 over par. Heck yeah, dude. Way to improve. That's really great. Second overall, first in MA2 division. Okay. Nice. That's really cool. That's great, dude. What improvement. That's really, really awesome to see going from like well over par to really dropping it close to even. That's really awesome. Yeah, that's great. Congrats. And thanks. I'm glad you like the shorts. Definitely trying to get those YouTube shorts out every day. But yeah, and I also have long form videos as well. So hopefully you're able to catch some of those occasionally and watch those. Luke says, ouch, man, it's not that bad. For the glass of water, I'm guessing. Oh, the 5 months of Michigan. That's what we're talking about. Uh, yeah, but I don't like it. It's too cold. It's too. Snow is great for the first week, um, and then it needs to go away. And when it stays for 4 months, I start to really hate it. Yeah. Also, I didn't really dislike Michigan winters when I was in high school. Like, it was really as I kind of graduated from high school, went to college, that uh, I just started hating it. Yeah. Nathan, it's wild seeing how understable discs are in the cold. Do they fly? Because understable discs fly more stable in the cold, right? Anna says, what team do you support? So as far as disc golf, if you're talking disc golf manufacturers, I'm not loyal to any brand specifically. Um, I like Latitude 64. I like the plastic. I'm a huge fan of Isaac Robinson. Um, but I don't just throw Latitude 64 discs. I have Discraft, MVP Streamline, Latitude. Um, I have Discmania. I have what am I missing? Innova. Like, I have all sorts of plastics in my bag. So I'm not loyal to one brand. But yeah, I think Discmania and Latitude are two of my favorite right now. Yeah. Brent says putting is important. Yes, putting is important. Oh, I missed a couple chats. 5 months of working on your putt. Yeah, dude, 5 months of working on putting really pays off. Gabriel, what is the furthest you've ever thrown? So farthest I've ever thrown on flat ground was like 415. I don't really have that absolute bomb of an arm. But I did throw a 500-foot downhill shot, made one of my YouTube shorts where I threw a D2 air. I threw this D2 air on like a ton of hyzer, and it popped up and over, and it flipped over to cruise downhill. I almost hit my car in the parking lot. 500 feet off the tee, like 250 feet away from the pin. It was pretty funny, but I do have it on a YouTube short. I don't remember what I called the short, but yeah, that's my furthest like distance downhill, bro. Brent out for the night. Have a good rest of the stream, Brent. I'm gonna join you in literally in like 6 minutes, but Heck yeah, thank you so much for popping in. Thanks for commenting and supporting. Really appreciate you, and hopefully catch you at Bradford this week. Goodness. All right. Getting worn down at the end here. Nathan, Ricky going to Discraft is going to change the game. Yeah. I think that Ricky going to Discraft is pretty big. I mean, the game, the manufacturer landscape is interesting, but I mean, Paul Macbeth in Discraft was already like massive, and let's be honest, his discs still sell, but he's not competing right now at that level like he was dominating. So as he's kind of like starting to be a little bit less dominant, Ricky's jumping in, and he's still dominant. And they already have Anthony Barella. They got Ezra Robinson. They have Goose playing well. So I mean, Discraft is they already have a stacked deck, and getting Ricky is just one more element to their stacked deck. Yeah, they're gonna sell a lot of plastic, but they have been for like 10 years. So it's interesting. I don't think it's a massive change, but it's pretty cool to see. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna sell a lot of discs. Luke, thoughts on Glow Golf? I like Glow Golf. I like Glow Golf. It's definitely fun. It's best if you have multiple glow discs that you can throw for it, because some glow tape is just terrible. And if your disc lands upside down, then you can't really find it. But I've played some really fun Glow Golf events. So Glow Golf is pretty fun, especially like local league Glow is pretty great. And now I have a really good like UV flashlight, which I was lacking last time I played Glow. So that'll be really nice if I do play, is I'll be equipped for it. Yeah. Nathan, during that mini today, birdied a 405-foot par 3, furthest I've ever thrown, 380 with a Wraith on a bit of hyzer. Heck yeah. Huge S-curve. That's massive, dude. That's really great. That's really cool. Yeah, and a good putt to hit that putt, man. After a drive like that, and then hit the 25-footer or whatever he had. That's great. That's a great birdie. Anna says, I am from Brazil. Well, welcome from Brazil. Appreciate you joining the stream and hanging out with us. I'm definitely going to have to get off in just a minute or two here, but I'm really glad that you joined us for a few minutes. Nathan, I agree. Not a massive change, but if you're going to have the champs, might as well stack them, and Discraft is supportive compared to DD. I think it's good for Ricky. I mean, I think Ricky's set for life, but he wants to cement his name into disc golf history, and with Discraft, he will do that, period. He already had with Dynamic, but with Discraft, it's just another level of like, his name will be on discs that we throw forever. Like, he knows what he's doing. He's cementing a legacy, and not to mention that the money's right. Like, not that he needs money, but he's extra set. Yeah. Steven, is Glow Golf mainly best in an open course? I'd be nervous playing in the woods. I would say yes. I think Glow Golf is better in at least like partially open courses. You want to be able to see the whole flight of the disc, and then roughly where it lands, so that when you walk up, you can see the disc. If you get in the woods and it kicks and you lose sight of it, that could be a nightmare to try to find. So yeah, for Glow Golf. Roberto says, hot. I'm sure it is where you are. Luke, about 2 minutes left till 4 hours. Yep. That means 3 minutes until I end the stream. I'm just so tired. I'm about to like get a snack and play like a half hour of Assassin's Creed Valhalla and then just conk out. Nathan, I'm biased. Ricky is my favorite player. I think there's a good reason to be a Ricky fan. He's extremely talented, extremely dedicated, extremely focused. And yeah, I think it's undeniably respectable, his ability in disc golf. And I'm not shocked when anyone says that he's their favorite player. I like him quite a bit, but I tend a little bit toward personalities. I like Calvin's personality, especially if you watch skins matches. I think he's absolutely hilarious and clever and funny, and doesn't take his personality because he's so genuine and humble and friendly, and that's so like inspiring to me. So they take my spots as favorites because of their like personalities, but only at disc golf. They're still in the conversation, but it makes more even more sense to pick someone like Ricky or